All right, good morning. Today is October 7th. It is the Assessment Appeals Board number 1. Would Brandon please take roll call?
Board Member Croft.
Here.
Board Member Farino. Present. Chair Sisk.
Present.
Thank you.
Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Will the audience please remain standing, as well as those of you on Zoom? I will now place those addressing the board today under oath. Please raise your right arm. When I complete reading your oath, please state I do. You and each of you do solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give and the matters now pending before this board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. You may now be seated.
Thank you. Okay, now Brendan will conduct the agenda review.
Thank you. Item 5, agenda review for October 7th, 2024. The clerk of the board recommends approval of the agenda review by the Assessment Appeals Board. The agenda review consists of the following agenda items. Item 96, application 22-11508, applicant Gary Savitt, removed from the agenda due to submission of a withdrawal. Items 102 through 104, applications 23-10033 through 23-10035, applicant Ocean Villas LLC, removed from the agenda due to submission of a withdrawal. Item number 105, application number 23-10036, applicant 850 Apartments LLC, removed from the agenda due to submission of a withdrawal. Item number 106, application number 23-10037, applicant Sandra Corbin SP Trust, removed from the agenda due to submission of a withdrawal. That completes the agenda review. Recommended action is to approve as read.
I so move. Second. Thank you. Are there any public comments at the moment?
No objections to that motion?
Oh,
Hearing none, that passes unanimously. Chair Sis, for public comments, I believe we have quite a number of people present online today. I believe everyone is present for an agenda item.
okay, excellent. Thank you. Are there any board comments? No? Okay, thank you. We will go right into the regular roll. We're going to go through the roll and see who's ready to present today or who wants to continue in or postponement.
All right. Chair Sisk, we can start with status hearings for Los Robles Regional Medical Center, which is items 8 all the way through page, getting there, all the way through page 7, items 8 through 48. Page 6, items 8 through 41 for Los Robles Regional Medical Center. And we have Ryan McClure of Versatex Consulting on Zoom for this item. Are you there, Mr. McClure?
Yes, good morning.
Thank you.
Good morning. So we're here for an update?
Correct. We're here for a status update on progression towards a special hearing being scheduled. I believe Mr. McClure has an update for us.
Okay, we're ready.
Yes, for the personal property appeals, I believe for the years going back to 2014 through 2021, we've identified some applications that are going to be withdrawn, and the remaining personal property appeals, I believe we are in agreement, or it's my understanding we're in agreement with the assessor on the values. They're just waiting for management approval to get those processed. And then once we have those up through 2021 resolved, it should be fairly easy to carry over those results to the 22 and 23 annual appeals that are also been filed.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from the assessor's office?
Joe Phillips with the assessor's office. We're in agreement with what he's mentioned. It looks like there's a lot of information to go through, a lot of data, so it's looking like this will likely be resolved without the need
Okay.
of a hearing. So we're thinking at least one more continuance should wrap up these appeals.
Okay. Do we want to pick a date to continue it? Should we make it further away so there's more chance of
Yeah.
it getting resolved?
It's a lot of years and a lot of data, so probably
Okay.
January 13th makes the most sense.
Okay, is January 13th okay with you, sir?
Yes, January
Okay.
13th works.
Okay, perfect. We're looking for a motion to postpone till January 13th.
And just to,
Second.
confirm this is for another status update, correct?
Right, but likely it will get settled out before then, hopefully. Okay, that takes us through item 41.
All right, so that was moved by Board Member Farino, second by Board Member Croft, is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. While we have Mr. McClure on the line, I don't want to jump around too much, but he's also here for items 54 all the way through 82 for Baxalta US Incorporated. Mr. McClure, if you have an update on that?
Yes, so we have a mixture of 21, 22, and 23 annual appeals for personal property and real property. And then we also have an outstanding base year appeal on the real property. I believe we are very close to or are in agreement with the assessor on the personal property appeals. And also during our discussions, we've agreed with the assessor that we wanted to finish the personal property first before focusing on the real property. So I believe we're very close to getting the personal property appeals resolved. So I think another status conference would be appropriate this time.
Okay, do we want to make that one for January 13th as well?
That works with me. If
Okay.
it works for the assessor.
Okay, any comments from the assessor's office?
Yes, basically what the applicant said is correct. As far as real property is concerned, we wanted to make sure there was no issues of double assessments going on, so that's why the personal property is being worked first. There seems to be a bit of confusion about some information still needed for the real property, so we would like a proviso,
Okay.
this continuance as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
For 30 days from the hearing date or 30 days from today?
Can we do, well, probably 30 days from today would make the most
Okay,
sense.
because, yeah, okay. Okay, looking for a motion to postpone to January 13th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days of today.
And that's for 54 through 82, is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, so move.
I second.
Thank you.
I just want to make sure, Mr. McClure, are you okay with the next 30-day deadline?
Yes, that's fine. And I'll touch base with the assessor this afternoon on that.
Okay, thank you. Hearing no objections to that motion, it passes unanimously, and that's all the cases for Mr. McClure today. If we want to go back to item 42.
Perfect. All right, thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
All right, so for items, all of page 7, which is items 42 through 48, we have a status hearing on GH Camarillo LLC, and we have Sean Keegan of Altus Group US on Zoom for this item. Are you there, Mr. Keegan? You should be able to unmute yourself. There we go.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. All right, so we are here for a status update?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we are ready.
Great. We were asked to, in a 441, actually an information exchange with the assessor's office, we were asked to produce some documents that we have not been able, we've made the request, but we have not attained the exact items that the Real Property Division had requested of the applicant. We think we're going to need another few weeks to attain some of the documents. We may not be able to produce all of the documents in their request. Just to refresh the board's memory and the assessors, the applicant delivered their fair market value appraisal for real property to the assessor prior to the June 24th hearing.
Okay. Was that it? Did he get cut off?
No, I think, Mr. Keegan, you're still there, right?
I'm still here, yes.
Okay.
The request is if the assessor still would like to review that information, The applicant believes we need another 3 weeks or so to pull that information. The request was made regarding certain loan documents that require, a release from the company and from the lender.
Okay, any comments from the assessor's office?
Yes, so as Mr. Keegan mentioned, he provided his valuation prior to the last hearing. We hadn't had time to review it, so we did review it. We sent out a new 441D request for information for some data we were missing, and that's what we're still waiting for. So, yeah, we agree with the continuance. Probably the January 13th date makes the most sense since this is a complicated property type.
Okay, and then data proviso
Can we do, yeah, 30-day proviso from today would,
from today? Okay.
yeah.
Okay, looking for a motion to postpone to January 13th.
We need to check with Mr.
Oh, yeah,
Keegan,
sorry.
make sure January 13th, 25 is available to him.
Thank you. Let's see. Mr. Chair, let me just check the hearing calendar real quick.
Okay, no
yes.
problem.
If we can hold for about 30 seconds, I'll pull up our calendar real quick, make sure we're not double booked, so to speak. As of today, look okay. So let's go ahead and book it for January 13th.
Okay, looking for a motion to postpone to January 13th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days of today.
So move.
I second.
Thank you.
And Mr. Keegan, the next 30 days,
Thank you.
you'll be able to provide that information?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right,
If we're unable to obtain any information, we will send a letter to the assessor's office outlining what we're able to attain or what we're unable to attain.
Okay, thank you.
hearing no objections to that motion, it passes unanimously. Thank you. And Chair, if we just want to go through the remainder of the agenda in order, we should be all set.
You all set? Okay, we're on page 8. Okay, application 21-10433 through 21-10436. Robert Diamond Living Trust.
All right, we have a Bagassarian raising their hand on Zoom. Let's go ahead and allow them to speak. Good morning. Can you please
Good
give us your
afternoon.
full name for the record?
Albert Bagdasarian for the applicant.
Thank you. And you're with KJM Law Partners PLC, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay, are you prepared to move forward today, sir?
I would like to request a continuance.
Okay. Any comments from the assessor's office?
Yes, we're agreeable to a continuance. Any date works for the assessor. We've been trying to communicate with the applicant. It appears they have some change in ownership type of issues with their applications. We're trying to get additional information, what they're appealing exactly. So if they could get back to us, that'd be great. Other than that, yeah, we agreed to a continuance.
Okay, and then do we have a date in mind? Would we prefer the December or November or the January date?
And like I said,
We like the January date. if it's
January,
available.
okay. And then do you have a data proviso?
let's add one.
Okay.
As of right now, we don't exactly know what
Okay.
data we need. but-
Okay. Okay, looking for a motion to postpone to January 13th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days of the hearing date.
So move.
I second.
Chair Sis, can I clarify, within 30 days of the hearing date, you mean 30 days prior to January 13th?
Yeah, is that,
Okay.
yeah.
Mr. Bagassarian, can you provide the assessor with the outstanding data by approximately December 13th?
Yes, I think we'll be able to do that.
All right.
All right, thank you.
And that was moved by Board Member Farina, second by Board Member Croft.
Yes.
All right, no objections to the motion. That passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, application 21-10601, Jose Reveles.
Mr. Reveles, please come forward to the podium.
Good morning.
Good morning. Are you prepared to move forward today, sir?
Yes, we are working with the assessor's office right now on just recent documents filed.
Okay. Okay, any comments from the assessor's office?
Yeah, so we are requesting a continuance. The applicant's been working with our office, exchanging information and exploring his options. So we do need another continuance on
Okay.
this one.
Do we have a date in mind?
The next,
November?
November 4th.
4th?
That works
Okay.
for the assessor.
Do you need a data exchange?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Looking for a motion to postpone to November 4th with no data proviso.
So move.
I second.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hearing no objections to that motion. Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, next application 21-10871, Ventura Energy Storage LLC.
Chair Sisk, we can also simultaneously resolve item 84 for application 22-10715, also for Ventura Storage LLC, Ventura Energy Storage LLC. We have Debbie Losel on Zoom for this item. Are you there?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Court from the assessor's office had let me know because there's also an ongoing audit that he would like to request a continuance. Given the ongoing audit, we've submitted all the required documentation and are amenable to continuance.
Okay, any comments from the assessor's office?
Yes, we agree with the continuance. As stated, we like the audit to complete first before addressing the appeal.
Okay,
Any date would work for the
any date?
assessor.
Okay, is there a preferred date?
Could I request January 13th, just because I'm not available on December 9th, and
No problem.
just to make sure there's enough time?
Okay, and then do we need a data proviso?
No, I believe all the data is being exchanged through the audit, so no proviso is necessary.
Okay, so we're looking for a motion to postpone to January 13th with no data proviso.
So move.
I second.
And I just want to confirm the assessor is the one making that request for continuance to allow time for audit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, so Ms. Losel, you will still have your one-time remote attendance reserved for the future if it's necessary.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate everyone's time today.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
Chair
Goodbye.
Sitz, before we proceed, that just reminded me, so your board has adopted a new policy effective July that applicants can only attend one time remotely for continuance requests. So our staff will be tracking if it's an applicant making the request or the assessor, and if the applicant is making the request and attending remotely, they will be expected to attend the next hearing in person. We have sent out an email to applicants to that effect, but if it's not clear who's making the request, we may pause like I just did to clarify, to confirm if it's counting against the applicant or the assessor.
Okay.
Since the applicants will be expected to show in person at the following hearing.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Okay, next application 21-10884, SWVP Westlake LLC.
And also, item 86, we can hear simultaneously, application 23-10635, also for SWVP Westlake LLC. A large reduction stipulation agreement exceeding $5 million reduction was submitted to your board on Friday for review for both of these applications. Unless you have questions, the recommended action is to approve.
Does anyone have any questions? I so move.
I second.
All right. Motion by Board Member Sisk, second by Board Member Croft. Hearing no objections, that passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Next application 22-10010 and 10011, Stephen Dyer.
Mr. Dyer, please come forward to the podium.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Are you prepared to move forward today?
Correct.
Okay.
You want to reschedule, not move
Correct.
forward.
Okay.
Okay,
Reschedule, I'm
reschedule,
sorry.
okay. Any comments from the assessor's office?
Yeah, so we've been in communication with the applicant. He mentioned he wants to allow code enforcement to finish their process on the property before continuing with this appeal. So we're in agreement with that.
Okay, do we have a date in mind?
Any date works for the assessor?
The 9th,
December 9th?
but I don't believe, yeah, let's go to the 9th.
Oh, okay, sounds good.
Does
Okay,
that
and
work?
that's fine. Do you need any data?
No, I don't believe we need any more data.
Okay, perfect. Looking for a motion to postpone to December 9th with no data proviso.
So move.
I second.
Alrighty,
All right,
thank you, folks.
thank you.
Motion by
You have a
Board
good
Member Farina, second by Board Member Croft. Hearing no objections, that passes unanimously. Thank you.
Next application, 22-10576, ATE LLC.
If anyone is on Zoom for this item, we're looking for Adam Tancredi. Please press the raise hand button. If you're in here in person, please come forward to the podium. We have someone logged in with some profanity raising their hand. I'm going to cautiously allow them to talk. Please unmute yourself. Can you state your name for the record?
It's Adam Tancredi. I'm sorry. It's a childish joke my friend did on my phone, and I don't know how to get rid of it, so I apologize.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tancredi. All right, turn it back to you, Chair Sisk.
Okay.
Sorry, a little flustered by that.
Okay. Yeah, we don't see what Brandon saw, so that's okay. Are you prepared to move forward today, sir?
No, I need a continuance, please.
Okay. 80. Assessor's Office, any comments?
We're in agreement with the continuance. We do need a data proviso. There's still some outstanding data.
Okay, and then do we have a date in mind? Is there a preferred date, Mr. Tancredi?
I think we're almost done, so I would think that December 9th is sufficient.
Okay, was that adequate with you? Okay.
Yeah, December 9th works if we could have a 30-day proviso prior to that hearing date.
Prior to that, okay.
Yeah.
Looking for a motion to postpone to December 9th with the proviso that any data requested by the Assessor's Office be provided within 30 days prior to the hearing date.
So move.
I second.
All right, thank you.
We have a motion by Board Member Farina, second by Board Member Croft. Hearing no objections to that motion, it passes unanimously. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next application, 22-10760, Waigo Zhu.
Mr. O'Neill, please come forward to the podium. We also have item number 91, application 23-11067 for the same applicant.
Okay, and are you prepared to move forward today, sir?
Yes, I am.
Okay, in Assessor's Office.
Yes, we're prepared to move forward as well. We're hoping to do both appeals at the same time,
Okay,
likely around 30 minutes for our presentation.
we're going to go through the rest of the docket, and we'll come back and we'll hear all the cases next, and we'll hear yours first. And then I believe you guys will need to be sworn in before we start, because I don't believe they were sworn in.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I didn't hear how long your portion of the case.
Each case would be about 30 minutes. We have two.
Okay.
My clients are here. Also, they may want to interject, so they may need to be sworn in because they may have some testimony to give, but they won't be. I'll be presenting the case.
Okay. And was the assessor's office 30 for both cases or 30 each?
I'd say 30 for both.
Okay.
I want to clarify, Mr. O'Neill, so the assessor said they're planning to present both years as one presentation. I believe you said you're going to do two separate presentations. Is that correct?
Yes, we're looking at two different base years, 2022 and 2023. I think the assessor may be taking a different tact, but we have two different cases. Obviously, they're going to be in the same binder, but they're two separate cases.
Okay. So you're going to present 1 year, then pause and do the second year?
Correct.
Is there a significant difference in the data that you'll be using? Do you know?
There's a significant difference in the resulting value because a lot of the corrections were made
Okay.
from 1 year
Okay, I
next.
understand. So in other words, you might have one sale and you're adjusting it one way or the other for the
Well,
different cases.
Actually, the sales will be different because they're coming from 2 different years. So
Okay,
there's
thank you.
several factors going.
Okay.
So is the assessor okay in proceeding with that matter?
Yeah, we'll be proceeding in a similar manner. It's just, I was just saying that we would do both presentations at the same time if that's possible. But we do have separate exhibits and everything like that.
Okay.
Real quick, and Mr. O'Neill, you are still not requesting written findings of fact, is that correct?
Oh, that's correct.
All right, and the assessor, you are requesting written findings of fact on both cases, correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. So noted for county council, findings of fact on both cases. All right, thank you, Mr. O'Neill.
Okay, all right. Next application, 22-10960, the Full Circle Trust.
We have Christopher Hall on Zoom for this item, as well as item number 93, application 23-11929, which we can hear simultaneously. Mr. Hall, are you there?
I am.
Thank you.
Good morning. Are you prepared to move forward today, sir?
We are requesting a continuance. We're really close with the assessor on getting these numbers agreed upon.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from the assessor's office?
The assessor's in agreement. Any date would work for the assessor for this.
Okay, and do you need a data proviso?
No data proviso
Okay.
needed.
Mr. Hall, do you have a preferred date?
December 9th.
Okay. Looking for a motion to postpone to December 9th with no data proviso.
So move.
I second.
All right, thank you very much.
We have a motion by Board Member Farino, second by Board Member Croft. And hearing no objections to that motion, it passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you. Okay, next application 22-11003, Nesbit Pacific Incorporated.
I believe we have Ryan Kircher of Assessment Appeal Advisors on Zoom for this item. Is that correct?
Correct. Good morning.
Thank you.
Good morning. Are you prepared to move forward today?
We're going to be requesting a continuance on this case.
Okay.
There was 2 previous agendas that we needed data to be provided. We just received that and sent that over to Mr. Clifford this past week.
Okay, any comments from the assessor's office?
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, we are in agreement with the continuance. We received the data last week, so we need more time to review.
Okay,
And if we could add a proviso just in case there's more we need.
and then we have a date, a preferred date?
Any date would work for the assessor.
Okay. Do you have a preferred date, sir?
Ideally, the November 4th date would be best. But if you need more time and the December 9th date works better for both, then that's fine as well.
Yeah, is that going to work with the assessor's office? There's not 30 days to.
Right, so we'd have to review and let them know any additional info. So November 4th would probably be too quick.
Yeah, would the December date be better?
That would work
That
for the
works.
assessor.
Okay. Let's see, okay. Looking for a motion to postpone to December 9th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days
So move.
today.
I second.
All right. Motion by Board Member Farino, second by Board Member Croft. Hearing no objections, that passes unanimously. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, next application, 22-11291, NNN CA Auto Service LLC.
We have Carlos Suazo of Ryan LLC on Zoom for this item. Thank you.
All right. Good
Good
morning.
morning, everyone. Carlos Calzo with Ryan, representing the applicant.
Are you prepared to move forward today?
No, Mr. Chair, my understanding was the assessor would like to continue to review and prepare.
Okay. Any comments from the assessor's office?
That's correct. We're looking for a continuance. Any date works for the assessor, and there would not be a data proviso.
Okay, and you do want a data proviso?
No.
Oh,
data
no.
proviso.
Okay, sir, is the date, do you have a preferred date, whether the December, November, or January?
Mr. Chair, I actually defer to the assessor, whichever day is lighter, just so that we have, just to ensure that the assessor has adequate time to work on this case.
Okay, is December enough, or do you guys like till January?
Yeah, December 9th will work.
Okay. Looking for a motion to postpone to December 9th with no data proviso.
So move.
I second.
All right, thank you.
All right, motion by Board Member
Thank you,
Freeman,
everyone.
second by Board Member Croft. Hearing no objections, that passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, next application, 23-10013, Robert Pardum.
Mr. Pardum, please come forward to the podium. Pardum.
Good morning.
Yes, sir.
Are you prepared to move forward today, sir?
I'm here to contest a reevaluation of property I bought for $535,000.
Okay.
And then they,
Okay,
a
understood.
year later,
Okay, so you're prepared to move forward today?
I could, yes.
Okay, and then comments from the assessor's office.
Yeah, so both parties were planning to be ready by this morning, but we were still waiting for one more document. It's the purchase and sale agreement. We wanted to leave it up to the board if they thought this should be continued for that last piece of information, or if it should be heard. The applicant indicated he doesn't have it, but he put in a request to, I believe he said his escrow company to get it. If we move forward without it, then there's some potential assumptions the assessor has to make about the property and the sale. We would prefer the document, but we want to leave it up to the board to make that decision.
Okay.
Now you're asking for, what is it you're asking for exactly?
Well, we're asking for a continuance for the purchase and sale agreement, but the other part of it was both parties did want to present today. We just didn't receive it in time. We were hoping to receive it by last Wednesday, but that didn't happen.
Okay. I think the purchase contract's fairly important, yes.
If I may ask a question, what is the relevance beyond the sales price?
It's to make sure, so we've been speaking with the applicant. We believe we know all the terms of the sale, but it's to verify the terms of the sale and what the buyer and seller both agreed to when they purchased the property. So it does have some relevant data included in the purchase and sale agreement.
Okay, I'm inclined to think we need it. I think it would help.
I'll pass.
I'm inclined to think we should wait for the best interest of both sides.
Yeah. Yeah, so we need to, basically, we're gonna have to postpone this for another 30 days or 60 days, whatever we want, and then wait for that purchase contract to come in. So it's been requested from the escrow company?
It seems like if it was supposed to come in, 30 days should be enough.
So I know the applicant had requested at the end of last week. I'm not entirely sure the timeline of when it would be received by him.
Sorry not to interrupt, but the escrow company said it'd take them another week to dig out the file.
Okay.
So we have put a request in for all original files.
Okay.
So if you need to continue it, I understand.
Yeah, we'll need to continue it, but it's whether we want to do it to November or December date.
Maybe December.
December, because if he shows up the next 2 weeks, that only gives you 14 days to review it. Okay. So we're going to postpone this to December 9th with the proviso that, okay, looking for a motion to postpone to December 9th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days of the hearing date.
I second.
No, you got it first. I'm passing on that, so I think.
Oh,
you
that's
have to-
right.
You have to make the
Board Member
motion.
Croft is making the motion?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm
And do we-
I'm a little mixed up right here.
So Board Member Freeman is abstaining. Do you want to second it, Board Member?
I'll second, yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
I guess I got mixed up.
And real quick, Mr. Purdom, you're available on December 9th?
I'll make myself available.
Okay. And 30 days prior to that should be enough time, so by November 9th, you can get the assessor that purchase and sale agreement?
I'll have everything I can get on that. I didn't see this coming.
Okay.
One question, did you want folders advanced to you for the, just we'll go over on
The day of
December
is
9th?
fine. The day of is fine.
Okay, thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right,
you.
so for the vote, we have Board Member Croft and Siska's yes, and Board Member Frinder, are you a no or an abstention?
I'm an abstention.
Abstention. All right. That motion passes 2-1, and we're all set. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next application, 23-10014 through 10016. Carl Renazetter?
Let's see, looks like we have Eric Renazetter on Zoom for this item. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's Eric Renazetter for the applicant.
Good morning. Are you prepared to move forward today?
Yes, I believe we're going to have to reschedule. The assessor is reviewing some data, and I'm awaiting to get an answer.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from the assessor's office?
Yes, this is a complicated one. This is involving the wagon wheel construction going on in Oxnard. So we're in agreement with continuance. There has been a meeting of the minds. We just have to finalize some valuations and see if an agreement can be reached.
Okay.
So we're requesting January 13th, the latest date.
And do you need any data?
I don't believe we need any more data, no.
Okay, does that work with the applicant?
Yes, it does.
Okay, looking for a motion to postpone to January 13th with no data proviso.
So move.
I second.
Thank you.
Hearing no objections to that motion, it passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, next
Thank you, everyone.
application. Thank you. Okay, 23-10032, Golden Hills Land LLC.
I believe we have Ryan Kircher of Assessment Appeals Advisors on Zoom for this item. Mr. Kircher, are you handling this item?
I am, yes. That's
Thank
correct.
you.
Sorry, we froze a little bit there.
No problem. Are you prepared to move forward today on this one?
We are not. So there's still a 441D request from the assessor regarding documents from the Woolsey fire and damages to this property on the lien date. And we're still waiting on those documents. We've submitted the request and we're hoping to get those back to you as soon as possible.
Okay. Any comments from the assessor's office?
The assessor's in agreement with the continuance. We haven't received any data on this one, so a 30-day proviso prior to the next scheduled hearing is fine.
Okay. And do we have a date in mind?
Mr. Kircher?
The December 9th date would be great.
Okay, looking for a motion to postpone to December 9th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days of the hearing date.
So move.
I second.
All right, we have a motion by Board Member Farino, second by Board Member Croft. Hearing any objections to that motion? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next application, 23-10042, 2500 East Vineyard Avenue LLC.
Okay, we also have Mr. Kircher online for this item and through item 109. I don't know, Mr. Kircher, if you'd like to address all of them simultaneously, if it's the same request. If you choose, you can address them each individually. Thank you.
I believe individual works best. Each case has a different status at the moment.
Okay.
This case for 23-10042, specifically, there was a 441D that we just got information on and sent Zach information last week. So we'll need a continuance for some more time to hopefully resolve this.
Okay, any comments from the assessor's office on that?
Yes, so we received that late last week. We need some more time to review that and determine if any additional information is needed. So a 30-day proviso from the next hearing.
Okay, and we have a date in mind for the next hearing?
The December 9th date would be best to keep everything at the same time.
Okay. Looking for a motion to postpone to December 9th with the proviso that any data required by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days of the hearing date.
So move.
I second.
All right, motion by Board Member Farino, second by Board Member Croft. Hearing no objections, motion passes.
Thank you. Next application, 23-10045, Madera Simi LLC.
Go ahead, Mr. Kircher.
All right, so this one, I believe we are working closely with Joe Phillips, the appraiser on this one. We provided our full case and financials for a few years to Mr. Phillips. I believe there's a pending request for an additional year of documentation. So we'll be requesting a continuance in order to either obtain that information or get this resolved beforehand.
Okay, any comments from the assessor's office?
Yes, we received some information back in February of 2024. We requested some additional information, so we were waiting for that. So we agree with the continuance, and if we could have a 30-day proviso, 30 days from the next scheduled hearing.
Okay. And then do we have a date in mind? Do you want to do December 9th as well?
That would be amazing. Thank you.
Okay. Looking for a motion to postpone to December 9th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days of the hearing date.
So moved.
I second.
Motion by Board Member Farino, second by Board Member Croft. Hearing no objections to that motion, it passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, 23-10046, AK Azusa LLC. And are we the same status on this one or a little bit different?
Correct. Same status on this one. We provided our real property valuation. The county is just requesting another year of documentation. So we're working on getting those over to you as well.
Okay, comments from the assessor's office?
Yeah, same status as the last one.
Okay, so we're going to move this one to December 9th with a data proviso?
Yeah, that works for the assessors.
Okay. Looking for a motion to postpone to December 9th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days of the hearing date.
So moved.
I second.
Thank
Motion
you.
by Board Member Farino, second by Board Member Croft. Hearing no objection to that motion, it passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, next application, 23-10645. George Lindsay?
We have a George, no last name on Zoom that I'm allowed to talk. George, please unmute. Or maybe it's,
Yeah,
there we go. Are you George Lindsay?
yes, I am.
Thank you. Please proceed with your update for the board.
Okay, so I only got some paperwork in last week. Can I get a continuance for them to review, and any date is fine for me?
Okay, and comments from the assessor's office?
We're in agreement. We're still waiting for some information related to his purchase. Either the December 9th date or the January 13th date would work for this one.
Okay. Do you have a preference, Mr. Lindsay?
No, I don't.
Okay.
We could do December 9th.
Do December, okay.
30 days prior to that date.
Okay, looking for a motion to postpone to December 9th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days of the hearing date.
So moved.
I second.
Motion by Board Member Farino, second by Board Member Croft. Hearing no objections to that motion, it passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next application, 23-10841 and 10842, Humayun Janet Shamalian Trust.
We have a David's iPhone on Zoom. Is that David Shamalian? If it is, please go ahead and unmute. Or if you're present for this item, please press the raise hand button on Zoom now. Again, looking for David Shamalian. Please unmute. Possibly they're not present. I have a David's iPhone on Zoom. I do not see a David Shamalian or anyone else. Okay, so no one is responding. No one here in the audience for this item. I'm going to say let's trail this and come back to it. We might be having technical difficulties on the applicant's end. If we want to go ahead and move on to item 113.
Next application, 23-10974 through 10984, ROIC California LLC.
Yes, and we can all, I think we can handle the next few cases simultaneously. We also have items 124 through 126 for ROIC California LLC as lessor, And items 127 through 133 for ROIC Park Oaks LLC. We have Chelsea Adams of Property Tax Resources LLC on Zoom for these items. Are you, Ms. Adams, are you okay with addressing all three groups' applications simultaneously?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning. Are you prepared to move forward today?
It's my understanding that the assessor's office will be requesting a continuance. We had provided our opinion of value and supporting evidence a little short of the 30-day deadline, and they'd need additional time to review.
Okay.
And we are okay with that continuance.
Okay, any comments from the assessor's office?
Yes, we're in agreement with the continuance. The January 13th date would probably work best because these are shopping centers that can get a little complicated. And there may be some additional data needed. We still need to review everything to determine that.
Do you want the data 30 days from now or from the hearing date?
Let's do 30 days prior to that hearing date.
Prior, okay. Is January 13th okay?
Yes, that's perfect.
Okay, looking for a motion to postpone to January 13th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days of the hearing date.
So move.
I second.
Thank you.
Motion by Board Member Freno, second by Board Member Croft. Hearing no objection to that motion, it passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, next application, 23-11060, KCC2 Properties LLC.
We'll be back to Mr. Kircher for the next few items. Go ahead, Mr. Kircher.
Great. For this application, we have provided 4 years of financials and our valuation, as well as all the lease agreements. But I believe there's still a pending request for some documentation for the assessor's office. So I believe we'll be requesting a continuance on this one, but I believe we've done everything we need in our valuation on this.
Okay, and are we going to handle each of these separately or all at once? Are they all different?
I believe we're on the same now. Most of the issues are the same.
Okay, any comments from the assessor's office?
For the assessor, this would be the same status as the last one, still waiting for some additional information.
Okay. Okay, and then do you want the data 30 days prior to the hearing date?
Yes.
Okay. And then do we have a date in mind to postpone?
The December 9th date would work best.
Okay. And do we want to make a motion for all 4 applications or just one at a time?
Let's see what we still have. All 4 would work.
Okay, so this is going to encompass items 134, 135, 136, and 137. Looking for a motion to postpone to December 9th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days prior to the hearing date.
So move.
I second.
All right, we have a motion by Board Member Freno, second by Board Member Croft. Hearing no objections, that passes unanimously. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next application, 23-11075.
Mr. Castaldi, if you'd like to come forward to the podium.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Are you prepared to move forward today?
I am, yes.
Okay, and about how long will the presentation take?
And we have actually 2 items. I just want to confirm this is the correct item. This is 7.5 for
And 7.5 and 7.6.
2915 Tango.
We don't know your tail numbers, but let me see. I think I noted this.
So we were going to continue. We were going to move forward today on the one because we do have an agreement, and the second one we were going to ask for continuance for.
Okay.
So yeah, this one, I have it noted, the DG Piper LLC is the one that you're going to be requesting a continuance on.
That's correct.
Okay. So this current case, you're prepared for, we're talking about Cinerion, I'm pronouncing that wrong probably. You're prepared to move forward on that one, correct?
Correct. Yeah, I believe we have an agreement already with the assessor, and then it's just the penalty phase.
Okay, any comments from the assessor's office?
Yes, so for 23-11075, we're prepared to move forward. The valuation's been agreed upon. We just need...
Sorry, I'm going to go ahead and mute an applicant. Go ahead.
Sorry, valuation's been agreed upon. A decision needs to be made about the penalty abatement.
Okay.
So this should be relatively quick, maybe 5-10 minutes.
Okay. And then the next application, 11076, we want to postpone that one?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. Do we have a date in mind? Bless you.
So this one, we would need, looks like we're waiting on a few more documents. So let's say December 9th to give time to provide those.
Okay, is that okay? December 9th? Okay. On application 23-11076, we're looking for a motion to postpone to December 9th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days of the hearing date.
So move.
I second.
Okay, and then we're going to hear the other case after we hear, we're going to go through the rest of the docket, and we'll come back and hear yours for second or maybe first, we're not sure.
Second.
Yeah, so that'll be our second. I think we'll probably be able to get to him before lunch if we're moving
Okay.
along, so hopefully before noon. Real quick, so on the motion for continuance, we have a motion by Board Member Farina, second by Board Member Croft. There's no objections to that motion. That passes unanimously. And Mr. Castaldi, you are not requesting written findings of fact on the penalty abatement case we're moving forward with today. Is that correct?
I didn't understand what you were saying.
The findings of fact, when we spoke last week, you indicated those were not requested. I just want to confirm that's still the case. You're not requesting written findings of fact?
Yeah.
All right. And the assessor is not requesting written findings of fact on the penalty abatement either, correct?
Correct.
Assessor?
Sorry. No, we're not requesting findings of fact on this one.
Thank you. All right.
On the penalty abatement, are you prepared to argue a case against it, or are you just, do you have any kind of position on that?
The assessor doesn't have a position on penalty. Only the board
Oh, okay.
can remove penalties. So the assessor will just be presenting the facts, and then the board will make a decision if the penalty should be abated or not.
So there shouldn't be very much argument is what I'm interested in.
It should be relatively
Okay, thank you.
apparent.
Okay. All right, thank you. We'll get back to you in a bit.
Should I stay here for now or just come back at?
I'd say stand by. It shouldn't be more than maybe an hour. I mean, if you want to monitor online and come back in an hour, but I think we should be before lunch.
Okay, I'll check back.
Are we going to hear his case before the other case?
If your board wants to take it out of order, you
It
could.
might be easier because the other case is about
Like you
2
said,
hours.
it should be very fast.
Yeah, we're
fine.
estimating 30 to 45 minutes from the
For-
clerk's side for the case total. So yeah, if you want to do it
For
first.
this one or for the first
This
case?
one.
This one, 45 minutes?
Yeah, usually penalty abatements are about 30
That's
to
right,
45
okay.
minutes. But yeah, if your board wants to hear it first, we can, it's up to
We
you.
can, I don't know, what do you guys think? Does it matter?
It sounds like there's not going to be much, that's why I was asking if there's going to be much argument one way or the other, so,
But it's 45 minutes.
yeah, just to hear, yeah, let's hear this one first. Yeah, that's okay
Let's get
with
through the
the-
rest of the docket and then we'll see.
Yeah, we only have one other case moving forward today, which I've told them will be for sure after lunch.
Okay.
So if you want to go through the rest of the agenda, come back and hear this case first and then do Mr. O'Neill's cases. We should be able to get those all done before lunch.
Okay,
All right.
sounds good.
So hang tight.
Next application, 23-11091, Petrie Williams.
Yes, we have Petrie Williams on Zoom for this item. Thank you.
Here you go, Petrie.
Hello, thank you. We're here.
I'd like to request an extension.
We'd like to request, I think per Joe, we're going to request an extension. Is that correct? My husband's been providing him with documents. We've got a letter from our lender.
And it just
And
took a little while and we didn't get to it.
yeah, she was in surgery and on a safari, so we just got you the letter. Joe, is there anything else you're requiring from us at this time?
So yeah, we received the information last week. We need some time to go through it and see if there's any additional information needed. So we are in agreement with the continuance. For this one, let's do December 9th to allow time for us to review and request more data if needed.
Okay.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Sure.
Okay, so data proviso, do you want it 30 days prior or
Yeah,
30 days from now? Okay.
prior would work.
And to the applicant, December 9th, is that right?
Yeah, that should be fine.
Okay.
apologize, since there's two of you online, can you please identify yourselves for the record, so we can document your names for the official minutes?
Sorry, I'm John Williams.
Sorry, Jonathan
husband,
Williams, is that correct?
Williams.
Yeah, we have Petrie Williams and John Williams, husband and wife.
Thank you for clarifying for the record.
Okay. All right, looking for a motion to postpone to December 9th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days prior to the hearing date.
So moved.
I second.
All right, motion by Board Member Farina, second by Board Member Croft. That passes unanimously. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a
good
great day.
Thanks. Okay, next item 23-11148 on Amazon.
I believe we have Nori Kim with Amazon online for this item. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Good morning. Are you prepared to move forward today?
I think we like to request continuance.
Okay. Any comments from the assessor's office?
The assessor's in agreement with the continuance. We got some data last week. If we could do January 13th, that would work best for the assessor with a 30-day proviso.
30 days prior to the hearing date?
Thank you.
Yes.
Is January 13th okay with you?
Yes.
Okay. Looking for a motion to postpone to January 13th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days of the hearing date.
So moved.
I second.
All right, we have motion by Board Member Farina, second by Board Member Croft. If there's no objection to that motion, it passes unanimously. Thank you.
And thank you. Okay, next application 23-11204, Patrick Nayland.
We have Mr. Nayland on Zoom for this item. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can. Are you prepared to move
Yeah,
forward
here.
today?
I'm prepared to move ahead, but the assessor wants a continuance.
Okay. Any comments from the assessor's office?
Yes, we're requesting a continuance. We got some data late on this one. We need some more time to review. January 13th would work best with a 30-day proviso, just in case there's more information needed.
Is January 13th work okay? Mr. Nayland?
Can I appear remotely?
Please state your reasons for not being able to attend in person.
I'm disabled. I'm under medical treatment.
Does your board have any?
I submitted a hospital report with my exhibits showing that I had a major operation on September 3rd, and I'm under treatment, so I can't drive.
Did your board have any follow-up questions to that request for remote attendance?
I think I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Does the assessor have any comments on the request for remote attendance?
The assessor does not object to that.
The assessor's okay with the remote continuance? All right. I mean, a remote hearing? Sorry.
It's okay.
Excuse me, before we vote on asking county councils, do we have any general rules that we have to abide by, or?
It's at the discretion of your board. There's
Okay,
no rules.
As long as each party is able to get the hearing exhibits to the clerk so that the hearing can run smoothly and the exhibits can be shared with the board and the other party, there should not be an impediment if the board is otherwise agreeable.
So then I would suggest that the applicant deal with Brendan as far as getting everything available so we don't have any hiccups when we have the remote hearing. That's my only concern.
Correct, yes. We will send Mr. Nalon detailed instructions. The exhibits will need to be submitted by the clerk of the board by the Thursday prior to the meeting. We have already received all of Mr. Nalon's printed exhibits, and they're ready to go unless he has updates to them. So we do have everything we need to proceed with the hearing.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
The assessor wants an inspection on my house. What are the parameters of that inspection? Do I have to let the assessor inside my house or just the exterior, or what is it? How does that work?
I'll defer to the assessor's office on that one.
So for a site inspection, we do request to view the exterior and interior of your property. You have the ability to deny that or deny access. It'll, just for your information, it would be recorded in our presentation if we are unable to access certain parts of the property. But it really comes down to, or it's up to you, basically, if you want to allow access or not.
And a further
Is that-
clarification, just,
What does the board want? What is the board's position on this? Does it authorize the assessor to enter a private citizen's home?
What's the assessor's office? I mean, you can deny their request if you wish, but they would like to see the inside to get an accurate picture of the improvements. I don't necessarily know they need to take pictures of everything, but I think they need to at least, make some mental notes about improvement condition or any type of maybe possible deferred maintenance or anything.
Yeah, I believe one of the issues on this appeal is connected to conditions, so we do need to document that in some way, if possible, so that we're accurately comparing your property to the available comps.
Yeah, so it is beneficial for an interior inspection.
I think
Okay.
what you have to realize is that, we're sitting here not having, this is board member Farino, not having seen the property. If one side says it's in average or good condition, one side says it's in real and poor condition, and we have no pictures, to be honest, if somebody isn't allowed in, we're going to have to take that into consideration.
Okay, I just,
But we're not,
Ask the
I don't think
question.
anybody up here is forcing you to let anybody in.
No, not at all.
well, I mean, I have, medical issues here and somebody's in bed. I don't want to intrude on the privacy of that person, including myself. So I'm just a little surprised that the assessor has the right or a negative inference that if I don't show them the interior of the house, that's going to reflect negatively on my case. But if that is what is required, then I'll adhere to that.
It's not an automatic negative influence on your case. It's just the assessor would then have to make assumptions about your property, and we try to eliminate all assumptions.
All right.
Okay.
As a possible solution, Assessor, can we start with maybe Mr. Nalon sending you photos, and if that's enough, then you can let him know site inspection is okay, but if the photos aren't clear enough, then follow up with a site inspection, or photos aren't going to be detailed enough to avoid this issue?
It would depend on the quality of the photos and how detailed they are, but we do welcome photos. Any sort of documentation of condition is welcomed.
Okay.
Okay. All right, are we all set? Did we,
Yeah, so
do we
board
have a
members,
date
the
on it?
request at hand, just to recap, is to continue to January 13th, 2025 at the request of the assessor, with data due to the assessor at least 30 days prior, and that the board approves of this case being heard and presented remotely. We need a motion to that effect.
Okay,
So move.
I second.
perfect, thank you.
Hearing no objections to that motion, it passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Nalon, you're all set for today.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next application, 23-11219, Global Premier Regency Palms Oxnard LP.
We have Jonathan Rezbania on Zoom for this item. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Good morning. Are you prepared to move forward today, sir?
No, we're not. We'll be requesting a continuance today, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and let's see, any comments from the assessor's office?
Yes, so we're in agreement with the continuance. Our office hasn't received any data on this one yet. And any date works for the assessor as long as we have time for the 30-day proviso.
Okay. Any comments on postponement dates?
We're requesting January 13th with a proviso of 30 days from the 13th of January, please.
Okay, thank you. Looking for a motion to postpone to January 13th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days of the hearing date.
So move.
I second.
All right, motion by Board Member Farino, second by Board Member Croft. Hearing no objections, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, board members. Have a nice day.
Thanks, you too. Okay, next application 23-11236, Francis Linsolato.
Mr. and Mrs. Lanzalato, please come forward to the podium.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Are you prepared to move forward today?
I think we would actually like to request a continuance.
Okay.
We've had some technical difficulties with our printer. We only have half of our packets here today. And it would help if we had more time to get photos of the comps of some of the comps that we plan to use. It's been difficult trying to find before pictures to kind of show, like before these properties were renovated, to show how similar they are to ours.
Okay. Any comments from the assessor's office?
Yes, so we were ready to present today, but we are okay with the continuance. It sounds like they have possibly some comparables to provide, which I'm not sure we've been provided before. So if they do plan to provide new comparable data that wasn't provided, we would ask for that. So a 30-day proviso for this one.
And you have a date in mind to postpone to?
December 9th.
December 9th, okay. Okay, looking for a motion to postpone to December 9th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days of the hearing date.
So moved.
I second.
Thank you.
Motion by Board Member Freno, second by Board Member Croft. Hearing no objections to the motion, it passes unanimously. Thank you. You're all set for
Thank
today.
you. And one quick comment, if you go to Google Earth, you can go back in time 2, 3, 4, 5 years and find older pictures.
I'm talking about the inside pictures.
Oh, then, yeah.
Try
Google doesn't do
Thank
that.
Try Zillow or Redfin.
I did. I think my next step is just going to be to contact the agencies, like the real estate agencies themselves, and see if they'll, have a little pity and and give me some of those.
Yeah,
Even though
they probably will find an agent that, a friend, neighbor, somebody that's a realtor that has access to the MLS board, and they'll probably give it to you.
Oh, cool. Awesome. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you. Okay, next application 23-11356, 596 Meadow Grove Lane LLC.
We have Ryan Kircher of Assessment Appeal Advisors on Zoom for this item. Thank you.
Good morning.
Last one for me today. Thank you so much for the help and consideration for these.
Yeah, no problem. Are you prepared to move forward on this one today?
Last continuance of the day, we finally got the last of the 441D requests on this one provided last week. So requesting a continuance for that to be considered.
Okay, assessor's office, any comments?
Yes, we're okay with the continuance. We, like you said, received data late. The assessor would request the January 13th date for this one, if possible.
Okay, and then you need a data request, or are you okay?
Yeah, let's do a data
Okay.
proviso just in case there's more info needed.
Okay. Is just January 13th okay?
That's great.
Okay, looking for a motion to postpone to January 13th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days of the hearing date.
So moved.
I second.
Motion by Board Member Freno, second by Board Member Croft. Hearing no objections to that motion, it passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And really quick, on a quick note, if the previous application, if they want to reach out to me directly, I have access to the MLS and I can hopefully help out with some of those pictures.
Okay.
I think they've gone.
They already
Just
left.
happy to help.
Thank you, though.
They just left.
Oh, man, missed them.
All right, thank you,
All
Mr.
right, thank
Kircher.
you.
Got it. Thank you so much. Have a great one.
Okay, next application 23-11374 and 11375, Lineage Logistics LLC.
We have Jessica Coe of Ernst & Young LLP online for this item. Are you there, Ms. Coe?
Hi, yes, good morning.
Good morning. Are you prepared to move forward today?
No, we'd like to request a continuance. Mr. Lopez from the assessor's office was able to provide us some data that we're still reviewing. So we'd like to request a continuance to review that.
Okay, any comments from the assessor's office?
The assessor's okay with the continuance. I will say This one's a bit confusing, but let's do a 30-day proviso. Basically, the value that the applicant wanted was already covered in the audit, so it's not entirely sure at this point if we need more data or not.
Okay, and do you have a date in mind?
Are you requesting that from Ms. Coe or?
Either party, is there a preferred date?
Oh, yep. We'd like to request the January date just because I'm out of the country in December. If that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is that
that-
okay with the
that works
assessor?
for the assessor.
Okay. Looking for a motion to postpone to January 13th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days of the hearing date.
So move.
I second.
All right, motion by Board Member Farino, second by Board Member Croft. Hearing no objections, that motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next application, 23-11522, Kohl's Department Store, lessee.
Mr. Keegan, are you handling this on behalf of Christian Tucker? I don't see Mr. Tucker online. Or if there's another representative, Altus, please press the raise hand button. Mr. Keegan, if you're there, you're unmuted now. Are you handling this on behalf of Mr. Tucker?
Mr. Clerk, it looks to me that I just checked with my office in anticipation that that agenda item was going to come to me somehow. And it looks like there was a letter sent on Friday to proceed with withdrawal. And so the request of the applicant is to withdraw that this particular matter. And it looks like the letter was sent to your office sometime on Friday.
Yes, sorry, I just pulled that up. It looks like our office did process that. We just didn't get it noted for our agenda. I apologize. So Chair Sisk, this has been withdrawn. No action is required by the board. Apologize, we did receive that. All right. Thank you.
Not a problem at all. No problem at all. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Keegan, I don't see Mr. Larson on Zoom for the next two items. Are you handling SRFPC 101 as well?
Yes, Mr. Clerk, I'm making the appearance for Mr. Larson, who's out of town this week.
Okay, thank you. Chair, if you'd like to discuss items 149 through 152, we can do that now.
Yeah, we're all set. So next application, 23-11526 through 529, SRFP C101 LLC, logistics. So are you prepared to move forward today on this one?
Mr. Chairman, we have submitted information to try and satisfy the assessor's 441D request. And I believe for these parcels, it was submitted to the staff care of the appraiser and the appraiser supervisor. And at this point, I don't know if they've reviewed this information. My understanding is that the matter is going to be postponed so that they can review that information and see if there's anything else they need.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from the assessor's office?
Yes, we got information for this one on Friday, so we need some time to review and see
Okay.
if any additional information is needed.
Okay, so potential data. Okay, and do we have a date to postpone to?
December 9th or January 13th works for the assessor.
Do you have a preference? Is the January 13th okay?
If you're asking the applicant, that would be fine.
Yeah, okay. Looking for a motion to postpone to January 13th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days of the hearing date.
So move.
I second.
All right, motion by Board Member Farino, second by Board Member Croft. Hearing no objections, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Clerk.
you.
Thank you, board members.
Thank you. You have a good day.
Board members, let's see. We got David's iPhone unmuted now. Are you there, David?
Yes, good morning. Sorry about earlier. I had
Yeah.
some technical difficulties.
Are you David Shamalian?
Correct, David Shamolian on behalf of the applicant.
All right, board members, so that is agenda item number
111.
111 and 112. All right, so we'll go back to that.
Okay, application 23-10841 and 842. Are you prepared to move forward today on this?
We are in agreement with the the assessor to continue this matter. Either date, the December or the January date works for us. So whatever works for the assessor.
Okay, any comments from the assessor's office?
Yes, so even though these are on the same line here, they do have two different statuses. So 23-10842, we got some information late. So we need a little more time to review that and finalize our numbers. And then for the first one, 10841, we haven't received any information on that one yet. So in short, we need a continuance with a data proviso for these two.
Okay, and do you have a date preference?
For this one, either December 9th or January 13th works.
Okay, Mr. Shimoli, do you have a date preference?
I believe December 9th. I think we've made some significant progress with the assessor. So I believe hopefully by December 9th, we'll be able to resolve this.
Okay, looking for a motion to postpone to December 9th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days of the hearing date.
So move.
I second.
All right, motion by Board Member Farino, second by Board Member Croft. Hearing no objections to that motion, it passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair says we have one more person on Zoom that hasn't been addressed. I just want to make sure. Adrian Levesti, apologize if I'm mispronouncing that. If you unmute, do you have an agenda item you'd like to address today? We don't show you on our schedule. Adrian, if you'd please unmute and let us know if there's an item you'd like to address. Okay. Final call, Adrian. If you want to unmute and let us know what item you're here for. All right, they're not responding. We don't have an agenda item on there for them, so we can just go ahead and proceed. Chair says item 153 is to receive and file all of the findings of fact that have been issued since your board's last board meeting. Recommend action is to motion to receive and file items 154 through 161, which your board has already approved.
I so move.
I second.
Motion by Board Member Sisk, second by Board Member Croft. Any objections to that motion? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. And then item 162 is stipulation agreements. These were provided to your board on Friday for review. Unless your board has questions, recommend action is to approve the stipulation agreements.
I had no questions or comments. Anyone? Okay, I so move.
I second.
Approve.
Motion by Board Member Sisk, second by Board Member Croft. Any objections to that motion? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. So we have two cases remaining for today, Chair Sisk. It's likely we'll get through them both before lunch. So you want to take a short break and start with the penalty abatement case and then hear?
That's fine, yeah. Let's do a 10-minute bathroom break.
All right, so begin at 11 a.m.?
Yeah.
All right. Chair Sisk, whenever you're ready, we're ready to begin item 138.
Okay, we are back in session. We're here to hear our next application, or I can't,
Item 138.
what, 38?
That is application 23-11075 for Synirion. How do you pronounce that? Okay, thank you. The application has been handed out. This is a request for penalty abatement on filing of an aircraft property statement. Because it's a request for penalty abatement, the assessor will start out with the burden of proof, and then the burden of proof will shift to the applicant for the applicant to show that the penalty is properly has good cause for abatement or not. So we'll start with the assessor. The assessor's exhibit A has been handed out for your board's review. Actually, I think it's A, B, and C is what it looks like. Yes, A, B, and C have been submitted. We'll note, if your board is able to reach a decision today, the parties are prepared to resolve the underlying value and are just pending your board's decision on whether or not to abate the penalty. So with that, and just reminder, findings of fact are not requested, so if you're ready, we can go to the assessor.
Okay, ready when you are.
Good morning, Michael Gillinger for the Assessor's Office. Good morning, board members, county council. Good morning, Mr. Castaldi. As the clerk of the board said, the burden of proof for this matter is with the Assessor's Office to prove the imposition of a penalty assessment was correct. And we leave, obviously, the judgment of the penalty abatement to the board because that's their jurisdiction, not ours. The applicant, Mr. Castaldi, is the manager of Sierra Canyon Enterprises, which owns the subject aircraft N2915T. The aircraft was first reported in Ventura County in 2022, and Mr. Castaldi filed the aircraft property statement for that year. Prior to the next tax cycle, 2023, which is the subject here under review, clerical error was made in the assessor's office and his mailing address was changed. There are several accounts that Mr. Castaldi is a member of in Ventura County, and a combination of one mailing address PO box with the Big Bear City was made to create an invalid address that we then sent the 2023 statement to. Although those are, the Exhibit C has the cover letter that was sent in January 12th of 2023, and it shows Sierra Canyon Enterprises at the incorrect address, PO Box 4030, Big Bear Lake, California, with the proper zip code up there. The next page of Exhibit C shows the return mail that was received by the assessor's office in February 13th. It shows that it was returned to sender, no mail receptacle, unable to forward. So we received notice back from the post office in February that the mail was undeliverable. As you see next to the date that this assessor is stamped there, it says the word resend. That's a handwritten note that is undated. It's typical standard procedure in our office to resend that notice to a valid address because we want every aircraft to receive an annual property statement request from the office. While that is a standard procedure and that is the indication that it should have taken place, there is no other information in the file that that record was actually resent. So we can't verify that any delivery of the request was made to the applicant. With no requirement to file based on the $100,000 assessment threshold and no valid delivery of the assessment request, that is why we're here today for the penalty abatement phase. The mailing address was corrected in our records on April 28, 2023. And as part of this hearing, Mr. Castaldi did submit the annual aircraft property statement that had the valid information for the lien date assessment 2023. With that aircraft property statement, we were able to come to an agreement on value based on the revised category of condition and usage for the aircraft. We have an agreement on that price, or excuse me, on that value that we're ready to move forward with, as the clerk of the board stated earlier. The assessor's office does not have the authority to remove this, the penalty through a stipulation process, even though it was due to a clerical error and not per the tax code. Revenue and taxation codes, which are in Exhibit B for your reference, Section 463C provides the penalty for failure to file the statement may be abated by the Assessment Appeal Board in cases where the failure to file is due to reasonable cause and circumstances beyond the assessee's control. So in conclusion, the assessor attempted delivery of the annual aircraft property statement per our standard procedures. We were unsuccessful in that, and we are not able to verify that the assessee received that request. And again, having not exceeded the $100,000 threshold, there was no valid requirement to file So a penalty was probably assessed in error, but that is not for the assessor's office to be able to remove by our independent action. Once the decision about the penalty adjudication is made by the Assessment Appeal Board, the parties do plan to enter a stipulation agreement to finalize the underlying value for the year. Any questions that you may have?
Any questions? No, thank you.
Not yet.
Well, no, not
I do have a clarification.
I'd just like to make a comment that I'm very appreciative of the assessor owning that errors happened. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the very clear, concise presentation.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions of the assessor?
It's pretty obvious what happened, but
Okay.
I will say, immediately after, thank you. Immediately after finding out that there was, compounding the issue, prior to that, we were moving from a different county to here. That airplane was moved to here. So that has a different date, even a due date for those aircraft statements than here. So that complicated things more. But then after finding out that the statement was mailed to the wrong address, working with the assessor's office, they were very good with fixing the issue and addressing that. However, they said procedurally the only method was to appeal. So it's unfortunate we have to spend all this time doing this for the appeal when it's sort of already been fixed a long time ago. So anyway, that's just a comment. Thank you.
Okay. So now do we?
Yeah, I have a quick question for the assessor to clarify. So the Ventura address as shown in the appeal application is the correct mailing address and the Big Bear address is the wrong one, correct?
That's incorrect. The Big Bear address is correct at box 539. The assessment, the annual aircraft property statement was sent to PO Box 4030, Big Bear, California. And the correct address should have been box 539 in Big Bear, California. There is a valid PO box in Ventura County that's 4030 that's used for a different account, different property tax account that Mr. Casaldi is also a part of.
Got it. Thank you for
So-
clarifying.
Certainly.
And so the reason for the wrong address was someone got the two addresses crossed in data entry. It wasn't like the DMV or that gave the wrong address or something.
Correct. There was no valid request to change the address made, so I'm not sure the reason why they initiated the change, but they basically merged the information from two different accounts and resulted in an improper mailing address that didn't exist.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So now, does the burden shift? Is there another
Yeah, I mean,
closing side, or do we just need to make a decision at this point?
As you've heard from both parties, unless you want to just confirm no one has closing statements, then you can rule.
Okay. Okay, and then did someone have a comment?
I'd like to make a motion that on case 23-11075, we abate the penalty.
I second. Or I so move, sorry.
I second.
Sorry, I'm a little bit confused. I had a motion from Board Member Farino to abate the penalties, and then Board Member
I seconded it.
Seconded? Okay.
Yeah.
Any objections to that motion? Hearing none, the board has unanimously abated the penalties. And before the end of today, while your board is hearing the next case, we'll route the stipulation agreement so that your board can approve that. So we'll trail the second issue. Mr. Castaldi, you're free to leave for the day as long as that agreement's been signed, and then we'll get that routed and approved later today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, board members.
Thank you.
You want to take a brief 5-minute recess till 11:15? We'll get everything set up for the next case.
Let's do a 5-minute break, and then we'll resume at 11:15.
And how long do we think this case is going to last? Did we have any new estimates on that? We had a half an hour, and I think.
An hour to an hour and a half at most. It's a residential property. Typically, they're 45 minutes apiece for the entire thing to an hour. So we should be done by 12:30 at the latest.
Okay.
All right. So we'll be in recess till 11:15.
Okay.
Chair Sisk, whenever you're ready, we can begin the next case, which is going to be items 90 and 91.
Okay, so let's see, application 22-10760. Who has the burden of proof on this one?
Yes, Chair Sisk, these are owner-occupied single-family residences, so the assessor will have the burden of proof. As previously noted, the assessor is requesting written findings of fact. We've handed out the cases. On top is Assessor's Exhibit A for application 22-10760, and following that is Assessor's Exhibit B for application 20-10760. Following the other way is Assessor's Exhibit A for application 23-11067 and Assessor's Exhibit B for application 23-11067. So with that, we can begin with the assessor's presentation if you're ready.
Hello, Board. Before we get started,
Before you go on exhibit, is it B?
The unlabeled one is Assessor's Exhibit B.
Oh, okay, okay. So we have two lien dates then.
Yes, we have January 1st, 2022 and January 1st, 2023. That's
I got
the
it.
difference.
Okay, I've got it all straightened out now. Thank you.
I think I have a copy of the wrong thing. 'Cause I think I have two of the same thing.
You got extra something up there.
Yeah. He says 2024, 2023.
So we're looking at the application numbers?
Oh, see, okay,
yeah.
I see.
So the 2022 will say application number 22-10760, and the 2023 will say 23-11067.
Got it. Okay, I do have them.
okay. Thank you. Just before we get started, I think there was an issue of swearing in. I believe that was mentioned earlier.
Correct, yeah. I believe they came in late.
Are you planning on speaking today? Okay, let's just put you under oath, just in case. Raise your right arm. You each of you do solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matters now pending before this board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right.
Yeah, we did hear this one before.
All right, good morning, Board. Audrey Ramirez with the Assessor's Office. This is a Prop 8 decline in value appeal for 2022. And with it being an owner-occupied, the assessor does have the burden of proof. Just a brief subject background. It is a custom SFR, single-family residence in the Covington neighborhood of Thousand Oaks. It was originally purchased on November 19th, 2021 for $2,122,500. The purchase price was accepted as fair market value by the assessor and enrolled pursuant to Revenue and Taxation Section 75.10A. The applicant filed appeal number 22-10760, disputing the purchase price as fair market value due to repair issues that were discovered after the transfer. The base year appeal was heard on January 22nd, 2024 in front of the Assessment Appeal Board, and with the decision to reduce the November 19th, 2021 purchase price to $1,922,500. As some of the repairs were partially disclosed to the applicant by the seller in the transfer disclosure statement prior to the close of escrow, the Assessment Appeal Board believed the applicant was on partial notice of existing defects, and it is reasonable to reduce the assessed value of the property at the time of sale by $200,000 due to the actual condition of the property at the time of sale. Pursuant to the findings of facts from the Assessment Appeal Board's decision to reduce the Prop 13 base year value to $1,922,500 as of the November 19th, 2021 date of transfer, the assessor submitted an assessment roll correction to change the 2022 enrolled value to that $1,922,500 base year value as of January 1st, 2022. So that's a little background of the subject. So now we go on to our valuation. So our appraisal includes 5 custom single-family residences, either from the same or a competing market neighborhood between 0.4 miles and 1.1 miles from the subject property. Of the subject's 1.55 acre lot, Only approximately 15,000 square feet of it is usable. All comps have larger usable lot sizes and are adjusted at $3 a square foot, rounded for superior usable lot sizes. All comps, with the exception of comp number 3, lack a pool house improvement. These improvements were adjusted upwards of $17,500 for lacking the structure. The adjustment is for 360 square feet at $35 a square foot plus $5,000 for the half bath. Comp number 3 has a similarly sized pool house, and therefore there was no adjustment warranted for that. So though the subject has an outdoor fireplace near the pool, it is not operable, and therefore it was considered to have no market value and will not be adjusted for in the if the comparables lack this improvement. Also, the exterior deck of the subject is in need of repairs with some loose planks, and therefore only 50% of its typical market adjustment compared to the comparables were adjusted for under the miscellaneous improvements. There is a 205 square foot miscellaneous structure on the subject. This is a finished room that is attached to the garage, and it's not accessible through the main. Therefore, it's not accounted for in the total living area of the home. So this area is adjusted at $35 a square foot compared to the comparables miscellaneous improvements. The other miscellaneous improvement adjustments are for covered patio areas, covered porches, gazebos, outdoor barbecues, anywhere where they differ from the subject. So comp number 1 is similar in size and condition to the subject. This property lacks a pool and spa improvement and has an inferior view compared to the subject. The inferior view is adjusted upwards at 2.5% of the sales price. Comp number 2 is superior in size compared to the subject and is in similar condition. This comp is also adjusted for lacking a spa and 5% of the sales price for lacking a view. Comp number 3 is similar in size to the subject and is considered to be in superior condition. This home also lacks a view and is adjusted 5% of the sales price for being inferior for this market characteristic. Comp number 4 is smaller in size to the subject and is in superior condition. The comp has a similar view to the subject. And comp number 5 is similar in size to the subject and is considered superior in condition. The home lacks a pool and spa like the subject has and is adjusted 5% of the sales price for lacking a view. After all of the market adjustments had been accounted for compared to the subject property, the adjusted sales prices of the 5 comparables considered is from $1,774,500 to $2,105,840. The subject's 2022 Prop 13 base value of $1,922,500 falls approximately in the middle of that range, and therefore a Prop 8 market reduction is not warranted for January 1st, 2022. We were provided some comparables by the applicant's agent, and so this is a little section of what were those comparables and why they were not used in our valuation. Number 1 is 451 Herbs Road, which sold on November 18th, 2021 for $1.2 million. The home is smaller at just 2,445 square feet, has a smaller garage and only 3 bathrooms. The property lacks a pool and spa, as well as the pool and spa house.
Excuse me, what page are you on?
Page 2.
Oh, for the bottom, comparables provided but not used, okay.
The home lacks any view at all and is on a highly trafficked main street where the subject is not. Number 2 is 1698 East Jans Road, which sold on October 18th, 2021 for $1.4 million. It is a slightly smaller home at 3,371 square feet with only 3 bathrooms. The home is a newer build but lacks a pool and spa and the pool house miscellaneous structure, and it does not have a view. This home is also along a highly trafficked main street where the subject is not. And 792 Gloucester Lane, which sold on March 3rd, 2022 for $1,450,000. It is a smaller home at 2,808 square feet with only 3 bathrooms. The home is a newer build than the subject and is also within a small gated community with an HOA. The property does not have a pool or spa and lacks the pool house miscellaneous structure. The home is outdated with mostly carpet throughout. So for the conclusion, the assessor's appraisal indicated that the subject's 2022 Prop 13 value of $1,922,500 is within range of the adjusted sales prices of the comparables used. The assessor therefore requests that the Assessment Appeal Board sustain the Prop 13 value that was enrolled as of the January 1st, 2022 lien deed under appeal. So our Exhibit 2 is the findings of facts where the base year was reduced to the $1,222,500, if you need to reference that. So pages 4 through, let's see here. 4 through 11 is the original listing of the subject property, so get an idea of what it looked like on that November 2021 transfer date. Page 12 is our market evaluation, where you can see the different categories, how they compared to the subject, and what our adjustments were. The next page is just, I know there's been question before of what our abbreviations stand for, so the next page is just a breakdown of what the abbreviation stands for and the approximate dollar per square foot that it is adjusted. The following pages after that is just all the comparables, their listing photos. So you'd be able to reference, what we consider to be similar to the subject, what we consider to be superior to the subject. And then the very last page is a map of the comparables and where they lie compared to the subject property. And that concludes my presentation.
Microphone.
Ms. Ramirez accidentally referred to what was marked as Exhibit B as Exhibit 2, and I just wanted to make a reference that she was intending to to refer to Exhibit B.
Thank you for the clarification.
Just another quick clarification from the board. Do you want us to move into 2023 right now as well and do it all at once? Just highlighting some of the differences in our 2023 appraisal.
Let's let the applicant and the board question the 2022 and then we'll see if we want to, how we want to go from there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do you have any questions of the assessor's presentation?
Yes, and I would object us going into the 2023 before we finalize the 2022 because the issues are completely different. It would be confusing. Yes, looking at your presentation, your market evaluation on page 12, I have a few questions. I see you came up with an effective year of 1976, and we realized that the house was built in 1969. I don't see where you, in your comparables, recognized $420,000 in documented damage that was active as of the lien date, January 1st, 2022. from all the ongoing root intrusion, roof damage, roof rot, slab damage, deck damage, pool damage. So we provided a documented cost of $420,000. And obviously, if we're doing a Prop 8, we need to adjust the comps to reflect that damage as of January 1st. Can you please show me where you made those adjustments in the comparables?
So the condition of the property, of the subject property, was addressed two ways. One, in the base year appeal, which is part of our findings of facts, and also under the condition where we adjusted it even further.
I would argue that the base year appeal is a different.
Sorry,
date.
this is a time for questions only.
Oh, okay. Now, I noticed you didn't have any of the year builds on any of your comps. Can you give me those so we can make a comparison? We know the subject's built in 1969, your comp one. When was it built?
We can look those up and provide it. Is
Can
that
you?
something you
Because
need?
depreciation is a huge value aspect. So we need to know, are these new homes? Are these older homes? It's a critical value element of comparison.
So we are just simply, our adjustments are based on the effective year. If you give me a few minutes, I can look up the year builts on all of them.
While you're doing that, can you also look up the distance? I don't see here where there are listed distances from the subject property.
It's at the very bottom. It says distance.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. It's very tiny. Now, looking at that, it looks like, well, your first three comps are all over a mile or more from the subject property. Were you not able to find any comps in the neighborhood, in the immediate neighborhood for the subject?
We wanted to account for all the characteristics of the subject property. When we looked at all the available comparables, we felt we chose the best ones to account for the characteristics, whether that be views, that size. There were other comparables that we could consider, yes, but they would require more market adjustments, therefore less comparable to the subject. And that's why we chose the properties that we chose, and the reasons why the ones that maybe that you had provided, reasons why we chose not to use this for our evaluation purposes, because they required more adjustments or didn't have the same market characteristics that we felt were relevant.
So you don't believe location's relevant compared to whatever else you were looking at?
That's not what I said at all.
Okay.
I said that the comparables we used were either from the same market area or where we feel are competing market areas where other market participants would also consider purchasing a property if they were purchasing the subject property.
You do realize that the market areas, this Kensington home area where the subject is located, is different once you go across the street or down the block or a mile away is a completely different animal just based on location. You do understand that?
Yes, and I drove every single one of the comps that I picked and the ones that you had provided, and got a feel of the neighborhoods and feel that they are all comparable, market comparable, so where other market participants would also consider. So we weren't so narrowing to just a very small area. We were trying to reflect what other market participants would do and go to other areas that other market participants would also consider, especially when we're considering the size of the subject, when it's almost 4,000 square feet instead of a property that maybe was 2,500 square feet that you had provided. We felt those were kind of two different characteristics, even though one may have been closer to the subject, they didn't reflect the same characteristics we felt as the subject property.
Okay, and just to get clarification, because I guess I asked it as a question and we kind of got sidetracked. You did not make any kind of cost to cure adjustment on on the comparables to match them to the subject's condition as of the date of value, is that correct?
There is a condition adjustment on all our properties. Also, I have a answer to your year built question, if you're ready.
Okay. Do you have them across the board so I can just write them in?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So comp number 1 was built in 1980. Comp number 2 was built in 1960. Comp number 3, built in 1963. Comp number 4, built in 1980. Comp number 5, built in 1960. And again, the subject, built in 1969.
Thank you for that information.
You're welcome.
Now, going back, you said there was a condition adjustment. Can you point that out to me? Where that
Yes, there's looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 line down. You'll see we have the condition as average. We reviewed each property to determine if they were similar or superior, and we made appropriate adjustments based on our estimations.
Okay, and did those properties have a sewer line replacement going on due to root intrusion as of the lien date?
We cannot confirm the exact condition of every single one. We are making estimations based on our observed, what we see online, what we see in the listings, what we see in our appraisals, that sort of thing.
Are you aware of the condition of the subject property as of January 1st?
We are aware of that, yes.
And what is your understanding of the condition of the subject property as of that date?
The condition was, like we said, partially known to the applicant when they purchased it, partially unknown.
Specifically, I mean, do you know what was, we're not talking about when they purchased it, we're talking about January 1st, 2022. Do you know what was going on with the property at that date as far as its condition, as far as the damages that existed on that date?
Yes, information was provided at the last hearing, and you've provided us information about the condition of the property, yes.
And what was provided to you as far as, do you know the lump sum amount, the cost to cure?
We know the number you guys gave us, it was not supported, but you gave us a number. What, we'd have to bring it up if you want the exact number you told us, but it wasn't a supported number with receipts or contracts or anything of that nature.
You didn't receive any contracts?
Not all of the numbers were supported,
None of the
no.
work was done by contractors.
Hold on. Did you receive any contractor estimates for work that was going on as of January 1st, 2022?
There was a estimate provided by Dutton Plumbing, but no other contractor work estimates were provided.
And you received a sworn statement from the taxpayer, is that correct?
Yes.
So you decided just to ignore it and ignore the contractor's estimates that were provided?
No, because there was no contractor's estimates. It was what they believed would be a contractor's estimate. You're asking if we received any contractor's estimates. No, we only received the Dutton Plumbing for the base year. No other contractor provided an estimate to the applicant. They generated what they feel would be a contracted estimate. Those are two totally different things.
Right, and you understand the property owner was operating as his own general contractor, so that would not be unusual to write and research your costs, et cetera, and provide those in a sworn statement, in addition to the actual contractor's estimates that were made by the plumbers. like the Dutton Plumbing. Did you include that in your analysis?
So we were aware of the condition of the property. We feel our condition adjustment properly accounts for it.
Excuse me, before we go on, it's 2024 now. Do we have the actual costs? Rather than argue who's right, who's wrong, do we have the actual cost of the repairs? Or
The issue is we do have some additional estimates that will come out in the other case. As the taxpayer is acting as his own general contractor because he doesn't have the resources, he's piecemeal making repairs as he has the resources to do so. And so under the tax law, there's no way the taxpayer should be penalized for not using a contractor. What we've done is, he's gotten his estimates, we made a sworn statement, and then we've added entrepreneurial profit that would be added in the marketplace. This was provided to the assessor a long time ago, along with actual contractor estimates. They discarded the whole thing. The amount, due to the amount of damage going on at the subject as of January 1st, was over $400,000. The floors were ripped up. The house was not livable. There was no gas, there was no kitchen. Yet we're comparing these to homes in perfect condition. And this is why I was asking the assessor, did they know about the condition of the property at that date?
I have a quick question for you. So since, feeding on what he said, since this is post and it's already been completed, I know certainly for the IRS, you need to have receipts. Are there any receipts? Even if he's his self-contractor, he must have some sort of receipts for something.
Please. Gonna come up to the microphone.
Okay, so in my statement of the what is the detail of the how to figure out this price, I list all of the material cost and also the labor cost. I give the very, very detail all of the statements. So if you not recognize the labor cost, but the material cost, everything, I all send to the both of the assistant and my the representative.
Thank you, Mr. Yu.
I think this is more applicable to the applicant's case. I mean, I get where you're going at, but rather than argue it now, when you present your case, then you can present your data, and then we'll be sitting here looking at it, and we're saying, well, wait a minute, this
This is what you're talking about, yes. It
rather
makes-
than
it makes
something
a lot of
vague like,
sense.
well, they didn't recognize it.
Yes.
That's my preference, to be honest with you, is that we talk about the specifics when we have that in front of us.
Yes, and we'll do that when we get to the case. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Yu, for now. Okay, so your third comp in El Segundo is also 1.1 miles away, just like your first comp. What is this? It doesn't really say where the area is. Is there a map?
Yeah,
What page is the map on?
It's near the back.
it's the very last page.
Okay, we can see that these comps are far from in Caneo Oaks, which is different than Kevington. Is that not correct? That's a completely different economic pocket, is it not?
The assessor drove the neighborhoods to determine comparability. We found that these are all comparable markets that any participant that be willing to buy the property on January 1st, 22 would consider any of these properties.
Right, and what made them comparable by you just driving? What did you see driving by that let you know these neighborhoods are comparable and that they would attract the same market buyer? I mean,
Just reviewing the market, reviewing the influences of each market, what the neighborhoods look like,
and
similarities and differences, that sort of thing.
okay, and how have the historical sale values been in Caneo Oaks compared to Kevington as far as appreciation rates?
We would say they were similar.
Did you research that?
Just looking over the market data available, if you look at our comps, they're all selling very similarly.
But we don't have any comps in Kevington, so we really don't know that, do
Comp
we?
number 4 is from the same neighborhood.
it looks like it's, your number 4. Let's take a look at your number 4, which you said is from the same area. That's your closest, that's actually your closest of the, how many cells? 5.
If you're just looking at sales prices alone, it looks like the subject's neighborhood sells higher than the other comps if you look at unadjusted sales prices.
Okay, let me ask you some other questions, because that, obviously, location is one factor, but then amenities are another. As we look at your first comp on page 14, if we can go there.
Can you repeat that? What page are you looking at?
I'm looking at what's marked 14. I don't know if,
Okay, go ahead.
you understand? Okay. Now, just looking at the pictures and reviewing the information, we see this has a Spanish tile roof. You understand that the subject has a comp shingle roof, correct? We also understand that this has marble and granite kitchens and baths. The subject has no marble, has no granite, and has imitation stone kitchen countertops. Did you make any kind of adjustments for those elements, as far as having these luxury stone finishes, which actually adds more value to the property?
It is our opinion that you're similar in nature.
Oh, and so whether you have granite or you have a laminate, you don't think that really matters?
We reviewed the subject's improvements and the comps improvements. We came to the conclusion they were similar.
And you think the roofing material really doesn't matter as far as the quality of the home?
In our records, we're showing similar qualities.
And what quality are you showing for the subject, just out of curiosity?
You want our quality rating, or what are you talking about?
Well, you said they're showing similar qualities, so
We have.
you must have a rating or something you base that
Yeah,
on, correct?
the subject's 8.0, the comp number 1 is 7.5. So according to our records, it's worse than the subject.
Okay. And you understand when people go in and remodel and upgrade their homes, you guys don't change the quality, because why? You don't know, right? Is that not true? Frequently, people don't pull the permits, you don't know, and so you're not inside the house to see if they've got granite or marble or whatever.
Our office policy is to keep the quality classes the same as when they were built, but we do update effective years, and that's how we compared it for this property.
I see. And what effective, you said similar, was this?
Yes, if you want the exact number, let's see. Let me go back to the appraisal here. So the subject's effective year, 1976, the comp number 1, 1980, so fairly similar.
Okay, now, it states that this one has tree-level views. The subject has basically treetop, rooftop views, but you said that the views were inferior? Is that what you said, if I'm not mistaken? Yes.
Yeah,
And you made up with it.
Yeah, it says it
So
right there. We're saying it's an inferior view.
if they both have treetop, rooftop views, how is that an inferior view?
So we visited the property and evaluated the view and compared to what we could tell from comp number 1 and felt it was inferior.
Now, I see these views are, looks like they're from the rear of the house. Did you go to the rear of this comp and see the views?
We went to the subject, we drove by the first comp and used listing data.
I see. And frequently, though, driving by a comp, you can't really ascertain the view quality from in front if the view's to the rear of the property. Is that correct?
You could make some reasonable deductions about the view just by driving by.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, that's amazing. There was some confusing verbiage that was utilized about 50% of a typical market deck. Can you explain that? Okay.
So we have, our office does routine studies of the market to determine suggested adjustments when we're looking at residential properties. For this property, we have a suggested deck adjustment, but due to the repairs needed to the deck, we cut that adjustment in half by 50% to address the condition of that deck.
And where did you do that?
It's listed in, so we combine all miscellaneous improvements into one little category there. On the next page, you'll see the abbreviations for each of them. Deck is one of them. You'll see we used a $15 per square foot adjustment for the deck.
Okay, so walk me through that. You're saying you did 15, we don't have a deck area, so how much did you apply that to?
281 square feet is the subject's deck.
I'm just trying to try to get to what your adjustment was. So deck is part of it, then I see a BL. That's not on your abbreviations. What is that for?
BL is for a balcony.
Okay, and what kind of adjustment did you make for a balcony?
Do you want us to go through every single adjustment?
Well, you came up with the net adjustment. I'm just trying to ascertain how you arrived at that net adjustment.
Okay, we can do that.
If you can just explain it to me, then I won't have to ask you piecemeal each element. You came up with the
So
11,000.
I'll explain in general. Audrey can give you specifics, but there's certain categories that we call miscellaneous improvements. We value each of them and kind of combine them into a total.
Can you walk me through it?
Sure, absolutely.
go
So
Thank you.
would you like a pencil and a calculator?
I have a pen, thank you.
So we considered the subject's total miscellaneous improvements. When we costed them out, dollar per square foot. So we have $18,595. Plus we took $7,175, which is $35 a square foot times the 205 miscellaneous structure, that is that room off of the garage. We took 50% off of the deck repair, so that's subtracting 2,100. So we have a total miscellaneous adjustments for the subject at $23,670. And then when we consider all of the comparables, miscellaneous improvements, dollar per square foot, those were $12,810. So that difference is $10,860. So we rounded that to $11,000. So that is where you see the 11,000 difference. We costed each improvement dollar per square foot times the square footage on our building records, subtracted what the comp has and their dollar per square foot miscellaneous, and the difference is either a positive or a negative number. And that is what you're seeing on the miscellaneous improvement line item.
And was there a reason you did not use the market value influence, say, between a comp
That
and another
is what, if you look on the page afterwards where we have the abbreviations, the dollar per square foot is the market dollar per square foot that we're adjusting it by. But you were asking specifically about the balcony. Comp number one has a 36 square foot balcony at $25 a square foot.
Yeah, I'd actually argue if even a balcony that small would even add value, but that's open to interpretation. Okay, at this point, I don't have any further questions.
Okay, thank you. Does the board have any questions of the assessor's presentation?
Just a couple quick ones. I think a question came up on the view, whether there was any evidence. I'm looking on your page 11, is that, and if the
That
applicant
is the view from the back.
that's the view
deck.
of this, from the back, okay. Is there a view from the front also?
No.
Okay. And on page 17 for comp 1, the bottom half on the right and left side. That appears to be their view. I assume this was something handed out by MLS or the listing agent?
Yes, these are the listings photos, so you can clearly see any view that they have is obstructed by trees.
So as
it-
far
it
as
is
you know,
clearly
that,
not the
that's
same-
the $40,000 adjustment, or 40, was it 40 or 42?
We
42,000.
considered comp number one to have some type of view, but we considered it to be inferior, an
Right.
inferior view to the subject, and therefore that's why we did an upwards adjustment, because it's inferior.
Okay. And then going to your market evaluate, well, overall, we made a decision on this for the 11/19/20 of 21 at 1,922,500. So now we're talking about essentially a month later. Is that my understanding? Is in the comps that you have given me, are there any that you've added that were not on that case?
Yes,
Do you remember?
comp number one
So that's a new one that was not on the,
and comp number three.
okay. And as far as maybe I should wait to ask this question, but the remodeling and all that went into this property after it's sold, do we have any date as to how much was completed in that 1 month period? Because that can be included, correct? In a Prop 8, you can, if I fix it up after I buy it, and then we're doing a Prop 8, I don't have to go back to the original condition. Is there any of that, what amounts to 300 to 400,000 that we've been talking about? We'll get into the specifics, I guess, in the applicant's case.
Yeah,
Do you know how much was done as of
For
the?
the assessor's purposes, because it was such a short amount of time, and I believe the applicant was discovering more and more things, we considered the condition the same as when it was originally purchased.
Okay, thank you very much.
I have one question for you, too. On the comparables provided but not used, who provided those comparables?
The agent provided those.
The agent for?
Mr. O'Neill provided those.
Yes, because I noticed that, we'll see those next, because, okay, so that's all I wanted to know is confirmation about those. Thank you.
I think we should go to lunch because I think it's going to be a long, I don't see a short case here.
Before the board goes to lunch, maybe we can clarify, so the board had originally intended to do both years back to back and then go to the applicant. Mr. O'Neill indicated he would like to keep each year separate. Does your board, before we go to lunch, want to decide that so that the parties can adjust their path forward as necessary, depending on what your board decides?
I feel we should keep them separate. We've
Yeah, I
presented 2022 right now, and then we'll hear the applicant's side next. Do we want to hear his side next and go to lunch and do 22 first and then 23 after lunch, or?
I think the applicant is going to have a lot to say, so
Yeah,
no
well,
offense
no,
here.
it might
but
take more
and
than
which is
half
a
an
good
hour.
thing.
It
but-
might be more than half an hour.
Yeah,
Do you have an opinion on this? Do you want to break for lunch now?
I'm
Okay.
flexible
Do
with
you
whatever.
think you'll need more than a half hour, or do you think?
Well, he's
without
already-
feeling
Oh,
rushed?
to do my presentation? That was my estimate.
For 2022, and then we're going to have rebuttal, so.
yes.
Rebuttal, I can't obviously speak
Yeah,
to.
that's
Right.
going to be total of 45 minutes.
Well, and he shouldn't have to give it, and then it runs more than that time, and then we want
Right,
to do.
you shouldn't feel pressured at all.
Right,
Yeah,
I don't
so-
want you to.
So I think we should go to lunch before,
lunch now.
and then we're coming
back,
at a
you can
natural
decide.
break where you give your case, they can rebut it or ask you questions on it.
Fine with that.
Okay,
Okay.
so how long do we want? 45 minutes or an hour?
45 minutes.
45? That's fine with me. Are we okay going back at 12:45? Or do you want to make it one?
It's going to have to be an hour because I've got a
Okay.
couple of things to do.
Then we'll come back at one.
Can I ask a question of the applicant? On the items that need to be fixed, do you have a list of that so we can question?
It's part of the presentation.
Okay, I assumed you did, but I just wanted to make sure. Okay, lunchtime?
Okay, so we're going to break for lunch?
55 minutes and return at 1? Is that
That's
your-
fine, yeah.
All right.
Okay, we're off the record.
Okay, thank you.
right, whenever you're ready, Chair Sis.
Yeah, 50 there. Okay, we are back on session. Now I believe it is time for the applicant to present their side.
Before we get into that, a technical issue, Brendan?
Yes,
I guess technically these are two separate cases?
that's correct.
Okay, so any comments or data on one for us to use on the other one would actually have to be repeated. So if somebody said, here was the cost, but in my opinion, that's too low, that too low comment, we couldn't consider in the second one unless it was repeated. So can we get an agreement from both parties that we can use all data that's presented? I mean, we're going to make adjustments because some of the sales won't apply one to the other. But your comments, for instance, if you give me this, and it's technically it's only for this, so you have to resubmit it. And any comments you make would only be for this hearing, unless we get an agreement for both parties that we're hearing these cases separately, but we will be allowed to, the assessment board will be allowed to use data that was presented throughout the day. I assume it's agreeable to both parties?
I don't have a problem with that. I think once you look at my case, the information is repeated and adjusted for the time difference of stuff that's happened. So I don't think in my particular case, it'll really be an issue because I'm not relying, one case doesn't rely on another case for pulling.
I'm more concerned about like comments that have been made and so forth. So I think your concern was, and I don't know if you use that sale again on one of the sales, you thought they adjusted too much for view. Now, I don't know if you use that sale again, technically you would have to repeat, that's what I'm saying. Technically, you'd have to repeat that same comment.
I can't speak for the assessor. None of my comps from my first
Okay.
case are in the second case. I don't know about the assessor's case.
It's, again, my preference is that I think we're going to do it. What we're going to do is we're going to look at all the data and then decide the different, based on all the data. From a technical point of view, I just want to make sure we're covered that if something was said in the first case but not repeated in the second case, that we run into any kind of problem. And to do that, I have to have agreement from both parties to use that, to do that. Is that correct?
I defer to county council, I believe so.
If both parties agree on the record that comments that are made during one hearing may be considered where the board finds them relevant to the facts of the second hearing, then that would be, I think,
I think it's
enough
more
for
than
the
just the
record.
comps. I think it's the construction costs and whatever testimony and whatever else is brought up about that cost, that it should be.
Okay, so the board member is suggesting that the totality of the evidence presented in either case, where applicable, be considered by the board in deciding of the two cases, if that is acceptable to the applicants and the assessor office.
Yes, it's acceptable to me.
Okay, it's simple, but from a technical point of view, I think we should have that on file.
Yes, that's acceptable to the assessor. We want the board to make very informed decisions for both years.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right,
Thank you.
With that, the applicant's Exhibit 1 has been submitted into record, and we can go ahead and proceed.
Very good. We'll go to page marked 5 in the first, in the binder. It should say description of improvements at the top of that page. Has everybody got that page? Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
I did not find that page. Description of improvements on page 5?
On page 5, yes.
Okay.
The page marked 5.
Found it.
Got it? Okay, great. Okay. The subject improvements consist of a single-story home with loft area. Residence has stucco exterior, composition shingle roof, 5 bedrooms, 4 baths, pool. Guest house, total living area of 3742 square feet per public record. Subject was built in 1969. Located on a lot with 1.55 acres, approximately 15,000 usable square feet. The subject contained undisclosed damage related to plumbing, gas, and water leaks requiring extensive renovation to make the home in livable condition. The cost to cure is approximately $351,020 before overhead and profit. And it says C below there. Because the subject's on a slab foundation, trenching was required through the home, flooring, and slab to remove and replace broken sewer pipes due to root invasion. Drywall had to be cut in bathroom hallways and living rooms for sewer line access. Leaking gas within the kitchen wall area required cabinet and fixture removal to open drywall and find and cap leaking gas. That was discovered due to high gas bills, although no gas was being used in the home at the time. The subject was unlivable during this time as floors were open trenches, gas was shut off, water intrusion due to leaking roof and entrance water lines was also discovered. During repairs, flooring required replacement and drywall repair, interior painting was required. The kitchen also required remodel after cabinets and walls and fixtures were removed to repair the gas leak. The subject was not livable and was under extensive repair as of January 1st, 2022. Below, there's a line-by-line cost to cure estimate, which starts with the sewer line replacement and bath rebuild at $130,920. That's based on a contractor's estimate, which is we'll get to shortly. There's a kitchen line gas repair and kitchen reconstruction. There's floor repair replacement due to interior trenching throughout. There's a repainting of the house from the interior due to the wet saw overspray. There was repair to roof leaks and the replacement roof. This is a cost to cure estimate of that. There's a rain drain system repair. The home root invasion went throughout the yard area as well, not only inside the house, but outside the house, which caused flooding in and around the property. And then there was miscellaneous, which included the waterfall, the AC, the windows and foundation. This was not so much the windows as it was skylights leaking in the home. That total comes to $351,020. We've added overhead and profit, which would be added by a contractor in the marketplace to come up with a cost to cure of $420,000. A house with the indicated damage would likely suffer stigma related to damage and would require a market discount due to time, additional expense, and inconvenience to correct damage and compensate for non-markability and alternate living accommodation while repairs are completed. Now, we did not add any additional increment to this. We just used the actual cost, but in the real world, there would be an additional cost added for that inconvenience. That would be like saying a buyer would pay the same thing to fix a house and then go and when there was a likely comparable house next door and would not discount it. The real world would discount that damaged home compared to a perfect home on the marketplace. We did two approaches. We did the cost approach and the market approach. We looked at land sales. Based on those sales, we came up with a land value of $15 per square foot. We also have a replacement cost new estimate of $762,000. That was added to the land value estimate of $1,012,770, which comes to $1,774,870. Less that cost to cure estimate comes to a lien date value of $1,355,000 by the cost approach. If you continue down to the next page, you'll see our market approach. You'll see there's 4 sales utilized. The first comparable is at 1698 East Jans Road. This is 3 blocks from the subject. It sold October 21st for $1,400,000. It has 3,371 square feet. This was a remodeled home with a 24,829 square foot lot. built in 1996. Our second comparable is at 792 Gloucester Lane. This is approximately 3.5 blocks from the subject. It sold March of 2022 for $1,450,000. It has 3,985 square feet, built in 1999 with 5 bedrooms, 5 baths. It has approximately 25,700 usable square feet. It has a pool, waterfall, guest house, spa, a sport court, and is also remodeled. The next comparable is at 1078 La Cuesta Drive. This sold January 22 for $1.8 million. This was a assessor's comparable. Has 4,079 square feet, built in 1960. 5 bedrooms, 5 baths. This has a pool. It was remodeled with a cabana and a view. The next sale was at 2154 La Granada Drive. It's 1 block from the subject. It sold January 22 for $1,105,000. It has approximately 8,500 usable square feet with a pool and a view. It's somewhat smaller than the subject with 2,294 square feet, built in 1967 with 3 bedrooms and 3 baths. If you go to page 8, you'll see our market adjustment grid. The sales were adjusted for bedroom and bath, pool and cabana, age and condition, view, usable lot size, and improvement size. The first comparable, I'd like you guys to make an adjustment on. I wasn't able to make it in this particular case, but because the first comparable is on Jan's Road, when I viewed that comparable, I realized although it's below the street level, it is on a busier street, so I've made a positive adjustment of 5% of that, which would bring that comp up to $1,590,000. And that would then result in adjusted value. Let me see if I can just pull this up. Here we go, $425 per square foot instead of the $406 listed here. Looking at the adjusted sale range, then the sales go from $342 a square foot to $438 per square foot. We resolved at a value of $415 per square foot, or $1,555,000 before looking at the cost to cure. Once we deduct the cost to cure, we come to a value of $1,130,000 by the market value approach for the 2022 Prop 8 value. Going down, you'll see the two valuations of $1,130,000 from the market approach and $1,355,000 from the cost approach. Based on that, we came up with a value of $1.2 million for January 1st, 2022 under Prop 8. If you continue down, or excuse me, to the next page, you'll see pictures of the subject. On page 9, you'll see pictures of the interior of the subject as of January 1st, 2022. All the interior was ripped out basically of the floorings due to the trenching. The house was not livable. If you go through page 10, you'll see more of the same. Page 11, more of the same. Page 12, more of the same. Page 13, this is the, page 12 is the entry. Continuing on down through page 13, page 14, all showing the interior floor areas that were removed to access the root intrusion and to replace the drainage and plumbing. If you continue down to page 16 and 17, you'll see the same. On page 18, you'll see the kitchen. This is the status as of January 1st, 2022. Page 19, page 20. Page 21, you'll start to see where some of the roof patching was done. There was a roof tear-off done where the taxpayer attempted to patch portions of the roof. You can see where water has intruded into the underside of the roof. This is a shot looking at the underneath the sheathing in the attic area where you can see the moisture there is penetrated. At this point, even to this day, the taxpayer has basins in the attic area catching water that falls down through the roof so it doesn't enter into the residence. That has not, those repairs have not been completed, although some patching of the roof was done. Here is one of the contractor estimates for the pipe burst and the whole house redrain at $130,920. You continue down, you'll see the notice stipulating the gas was shut off due to leaking, and the house was then tagged as unsafe. And then this is the replacement cost estimate, which was utilized in the cost approach. If you continue down to page 28, this is the taxpayer's sworn statement as of 2022, attesting to the various material costs and labor costs from his own research, doing a lot of the work himself. And then below that, it states all waterfalls are broken and leak. Estimated cost to cure will be around $5,000 to $10,000. These are the additional elements that aren't included in the elements above. Let me see if I know the printing is a little small. If there's something that you can't read in those accountings, let me know and I can try to help you with that. I can go through the items. The first is the flooring and repair and replacement. The second is the interior painting and repair. The third is to repair the gas leak. The fourth is the kitchen repair and remodel of the kitchen. The fifth is for the roof leak and roof replacement. And the sixth is for the back drain system repair. That's for the surrounding drains that also had root invasion around and surrounding the rear of the home and the side of the home, which caused flooding. Going right through, back, one of the AC units was not working. There were a lot of window and door dysfunction. What I saw was more of the problems were with the skylights. We did have one of the windows in the kitchen area has broken hardware, so it will not close. And then there's also a side foundation slope, which is right around the AC units, which goes underneath the home. It's a significant gap, which you'll see later in the photos, that is a potential problem foundationally for the home. Obviously, an expert's gonna have to look at it, but there was a estimated cost to cure of around $5,000 to cure this foundation crack in the slab. I'm gonna read the taxpayer's statement. It says, because of the projects were managed by ourselves and that we haven't charged any management fees, all our labor cost is paid by cash, so we haven't had the receipts for a lot of the transportation for material purchases, garbage disposal, living and food costs. Just for clarification, in my estimates, we eliminated food costs because we didn't believe that was a valid part of the cost of repair. We have saved a lot of costs compared to if we had hired a professional company to do them. And this is the sworn statement from the owner. If we go down to the next page, you'll actually see the comp number one, the one on Jan's Road. This is an upgraded home. As you can see, it has a Spanish tile roof. Has a lot of features similar to the subject as far as electric gate. They have a pebble finished driveway as well. This home, as you look down, you can see it's been remodeled, updated. Granite kitchen with island. And as I noted earlier, the subject property has no granite, no marble. It has an imitation stone kitchen countertops. If you go throughout all the rooms in the houses, it has laminated floors, some carpeting, and some tile. That's it. Comp shingle roof, no tile roof, no Spanish tile roof, no slate. You don't see those high-end features that you would normally see in a luxury home. If you continue down to page 33, then you'll see the additional cell support. You go to page 34, you'll see the second comp on Gloucester Lane. If you can continue down, that's a grant deed for the transfer, then you'll see this home is a very high-end luxury home. Once again, luxury stone, marble, all wood cabinetry and matching flooring. Elegant island. It's got very nice ceiling to floor fireplace, recessed lighting, vaulted ceiling. If you continue on down, you'll see it also has a pool. You can see once again, the master bath, very elegant. You continue down, you see the pool on page 40. This is a pool with waterfall and spa. They also have a sport basketball court and guest house. You see it also has a covered patio. And you can see the guest house has its own built-in kitchen. The subject does not have that. And then you go to comp number 3 on La Cuesta. I think this might be the same comp that the assessor introduced. If you go to page 43, you'll see the cell support, and then you'll start to see interior pictures. This also has a granite kitchen with granite island. Once again, no granite, no luxury stone in the subject property. Also has it's like tile flooring. Then there's a bathroom, looks like with sunken tub. And then pool and guest house in the back. And then our fourth comparable, La Granada. This is in the same Kevington neighborhood as the subject property. You'll see there it's a pool home. Not as modern as the other properties, but similar in age to the subject property. Somewhat smaller, obviously. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Does the assessor's office have any questions of the applicant's presentation?
Yes. Turning to page 5. Your cost to cure estimate. The one that's labeled number 6, rain drain system repair for $25,500, was that provided to the assessor prior to today?
Yes.
Yes?
When?
Can you tell us when?
This was in all this was this was in the prior case, I believe, and also I believe this was communicated through emails with the assessor and the assessor and the taxpayer. When we get in, once again, when we get to the next case, I don't know if they were in this case, but we do have specific photos of that system, which has subsequently been repaired, correct? Yes. Since 2023 to this point, it's been repaired, but at this point in 2022, it was a disaster. Once again, root invasion, no drainage, flooding around the property.
All right, I'd just like to state for the record, I'm looking at your presentation from last time. Lines 6 and 7 are not included in your presentation, and we have no documents that show these number 6 number specifically. Moving on. On page 7, your market approach, we'd like to point out comp number 4. Has this been provided to the assessor prior to today?
That comp may not have been, and if it needs to be stricken, that's fine. I believe that adjusts out to the highest comp in my analysis based on size, so.
Okay, we can address comp number 2. So you're using the March 22nd transfer for $1,450,000 with the indicating that it has a pool, waterfall, sports court and remodeled. Are you aware that the photos that you provided are from a March 2023 transfer? When it sold in June of 2023 after being completely remodeled, and in the March 22 date of transfer, there was no sports court, nor was there a pool?
I don't have information showing that that's the case. If you have it, I'd like to see it.
It's on the MLS.
Do you have it? Can you share it with me? What you have, because my information shows as of March 2022, that was the case, so I might have some misinformation. So if you have some other information that conflicts that, I'd love to see it.
How should I?
Do you have what would
So
be maybe
this
simple?
is a comp that you provided us. We would expect you to have properly researched your comps. It's not our job
And
to.
once again, I have, and so you're saying it's not accurate, then I'd like to see your evidence.
A
If you
simple,
don't have it, then that's
simple
fine.
search online shows that as of this date, those improvements do not exist on the
Okay,
property.
obviously, you've seen something that says those improvements do not exist. I'd love to see it, because I haven't seen it.
I just said it's online.
It's on the MLS.
Okay, well,
So if you look at,
once
there's 2
again,
transfers on the MLS.
do you have it?
I have it on my computer because
But
I
you
did the
can't provide it
research.
to me to see what, because you're saying it
But this
conflicts with
is
mine?
your comp.
So the assessors save that for your rebuttal presentation and submit it as an evidence
Yeah,
for
it's
that. So-
documentation for your comparable that they're looking for. If you can't provide documentation, then that's that.
If we look at, once again, let me see here. Yeah, my only point is they're saying certain items did not exist then. Obviously,
The condition of the home that you are indicating in your presentation is not reflective of the March 2022 transfer. That's reflective of the June 2023 transfer after it was completely remodeled. And the pool and sports court were added improvements after the June 2022, the March 2022 transfer. They did not exist in that 1.45 purchase price.
okay, I'll assume.
It's when it subsequently sold for
We
$3,100,000.
can only assume what you're saying is correct, but I'd like to see the evidence you have, and then if that's the case, then there needs to be an adjustment made. But once again, I'm unaware of that being the case, but let me see here. As I'm looking through my information, just give me a second.
Chair, should we take a recess to allow the assessor to prepare a rebuttal exhibit so we can get this clarified for the record? Because both parties are under oath, so both parties are assumed to be correct unless the assessor can prove it, so.
That's fine, yeah, if someone can produce an MLS printout for us, it states.
We're working on printing that out.
No, we can't consider anything that the board members look up. Don't do that.
Yeah, put your phone down, I know. I was thinking, I wish I had my laptop.
I think we should try to take a recess for.
Yes, let's do like.
Before we do that, Brendan, can I ask some questions while I've got them in my mind here? Or
Defer to the chair. I'm just trying to keep
Of
us
who?
kind of.
Which side?
the applicant?
How many? Because it's really not our turn to ask questions. It's sort of their turn. We can ask ours when it's
Oh,
our
they're
turn.
not finished? That, I thought that was the last question.
No, sorry. We
Oh,
do
okay,
have
go
a
ahead.
few
Okay,
more.
yeah.
Okay, so what do you want, like a 5-minute break? 10-minute
Uh,
break?
Do you want to, we could possibly just finish our questions and then as they're printing that, hopefully it'll be done in time.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's okay, yeah.
Okay, so we'll put a pin in that one real quick. We did have a couple more things to point out. So I wanted to point out your comp number 3, 1078 La Cresta Drive. This was one both the applicant and assessor both used, correct?
What was the address again?
It's your comp number 3, 1078 La Cresta Drive.
Yes.
Let me just make sure I'm looking at the same thing here.
Yeah. For the record, that's the furthest, which is about 7.5 blocks from the subject of all the comps that I have.
So you were quite critical of the assessor using comps that you felt were further away or not the same as your subject's neighborhood, but you're using the same comp. You care to explain that?
In this particular case, I was in agreement with, this comp came up in the prior case. And I was in agreement basically with your adjustments that you made on that. But I believe it's the least reliable based on location.
Did you make any kind of location adjustment?
Let me see what adjustments I did make. Give me a second, my computer's a little slower. All my cases on the computer. Okay. No, I did not make a specific location adjustment, and the reason I didn't is because I didn't know the economic specific differences from that economic area, if it was higher or lower. I just knew it was further out, and so I didn't want to guess at what an economic adjustment was for a property almost a mile away, so I didn't make an adjustment for that.
So for comp number 3, is there a location difference between the subject and the comp, in your opinion?
Once again, I didn't have specific evidence, so I didn't make an adjustment. If I had specific evidence, I would have made an adjustment for that. But in that particular case, I didn't make an adjustment, and it's, once again, didn't rely on it as much because of its distance from the subject.
Okay, so kind of dancing around it there. So you can't find any economic data to support a location adjustment. So would you conclude then they're similar location? They have similar location influences that don't warrant an adjustment?
Once again, I noted on my case, this was the assessor's comp, and this was introduced at the prior hearing. And once again, its value, although it's higher than the other sales, it looked like it was still, it looked like it appeared to be reliable when you look at, it had a guest house, it had a pool, it had a lot of the same elements as the subject. But since I didn't have a specific locational evidence, I didn't make an adjustment. If I did have specific locational evidence, I would have made an adjustment. So as we do appraisals, sometimes we don't have evidence to support an adjustment. In this case, I didn't have evidence to support adjustment, so I didn't make one. Doesn't mean that there may be an adjustment upward or downward there, potentially, that the market would recognize.
Okay. Now on page 8, looking at your adjustments, you're doing a remodel / age / condition adjustment for all your comps. And then you're following that up with a cost to cure adjustment after you've come up with a final, you came up with the final value of 1.5 million roughly. You do the cost to cure after that, even though you've already made adjustments for the age, remodel, condition. How is that not double dipping?
Because they're two different issues.
Can you explain that?
Yes. The subject has no granite, has no marble, has no tile roof, doesn't have the quality features that these comparables have. Also, a lot of the comparables are newer, so they have less depreciation. This is not for the construction, for the trenching. None of these comparables have ripped up floors and ripped up piping and torn out kitchens as of the lien date. That's a separate issue that we're looking at. What we have to first do is we have to equalize the subject and the comps based on their condition, and then we look at the cost to cure. Those are two different elements.
Okay, next question. We're going to turn to page 28. And give everyone a second to get to page 28. Now, this is a list of the repairs provided by the owner. In your presentation, you had mentioned he included some costs such as food and living, I believe, maybe some others that were not included in yours. I don't see a breakdown of where your estimates are coming from. Can you point me where that would be?
Yeah, if you take the numbers there and subtract out that element, then that's where it came from. Because that element was not a valid construction component.
So you took his costs that he listed here and subtracted out his food and living and perhaps some others that don't belong?
That's correct.
Can we see those numbers or those calculations?
No, you can, I did them on paper, you know. If you look at the total cost, like the first one, then you take out 3,500.
I just don't know where that 3,500 is coming from. Is that listed?
Oh, well, I don't know. That was his estimate, but we're not including it anyway.
Well, I don't see where it says, I guess I'm saying where the amounts that were removed, where are those numbers?
Okay.
I don't see those.
I see. If you look under living and food provider cost,
Where is that?
that's like the third column.
Third column. Oh, I see. Okay. So that's what you're removing?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Uh-huh.
Okay. I believe that'll be all for our questions. Looks like we're still waiting for those pages to be printed, so I don't know if the board wants to take a break now or not.
Do we want to just go ahead with board questions at the moment, and then hopefully by the time we get done with them, it'll be here?
That sounds reasonable.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
I have a couple questions.
Go ahead.
So I'd like to know, in general, who prepared and picked and determined the comparables that are in the binder?
I did.
You did, okay. Because I have a couple questions around some of them, like, for example, your one on 792 Gloucester Lane. I mean, it's a totally superior neighborhood in general, newer built, much nicer. It typically wouldn't be a comparable use for a Kevington home. And none of your comps, except for possibly the one on La Granada, are in Kevington either. La Granada is the borderline between Kevington and the New Meadows. Looking at the pictures, it looks more like a New Meadows home rather than a Kevington home. So basically, all of the comps that you picked are from outside of Kevington specifically. Do you have anything to offer on that?
Yeah, if you look at the map, actually La Granada is right there. When you enter the subject street, you see the Kevington sign.
Yes, the school, the New Meadows, which, by the way, I attended as a child, and the school there, which I don't think it's called that anymore, but La Granada goes up and down, and then when you cross over the other side of Herbs, it turns into Jantz, a little bit further down, it turns into, I believe, Jantz Road. But La Granada, the homes on the, let's see, I'm trying to think of the south side would be part of the New Meadows, the homes on the north side would be possibly part of Kevington, but Kevington is up on the hill where all those views houses are. A lot of the lots have sloping lots, and most of these comparables that you provided are all in the flat areas, and so the views would be significantly inferior overall, and quite frankly, none of them really would be something you would want to at least have one that's up in the hills up there
Yeah,
to
unfortunately.
support your value.
Unfortunately, we were limited by the the available sales data. You'll see in the next case, I was more fortunate. The next year, there were a lot of sales right up, and even on the same street. But if you'll look at what we did is there were view adjustments made on every comparable because of exactly what you're saying.
How do you support your view adjustment if you have nothing to compare it to?
Basically, looking at the market, a lot of it's guesswork. I used from 5, some of those had partial views that were reported. Where the subject is, which is in the 2900 block, it doesn't have the great views of when you get up to the 25 and the 2400.
Exactly.
It has like rooftop, treetop type views.
The pictures look pretty good, though, that were provided of the view. It looks like it has a pretty good view.
Well, here's the thing. If you go up, the subject's located on a slope. So if you go and walk in the backyard up on a slope and take the pictures from that particular point, like if you're by one of like a gazebo that's in the yard, it looks incredible. When you're down, say in the kitchen in the main area, then you're looking out toward treetops and rooftops. Nice view, but not the expansive views that you'll see further up the hill. So in that sense, I don't think it was as trying to make a view adjustment as if the property was higher up and then you're trying to adjust for a sweeping vista view. So yes, there was appraisal judgment that went in that, but it was recognized that those properties all did have inferior views. Upward adjustments were made to try to accommodate for that.
Thank you. I have one other question, and that is regarding the materials that you emphasized, that it had a composition roof, that it had, inferior amenities inside and more standard quality of materials on the inside. So when the purchasers purchased the house, did the contract state that it was purchased as is? And 2, did they do their due diligence in the sense that maybe all the homes in Kevington have composition roofs, and maybe all the homes that haven't been remodeled? I mean, when they bought it, those things were there, and those things have anything to do with the ripping up of it. It has to do with the overall quality at the time of purchase. Was the contract as is, or was the contract to repair and fix certain things?
There was some negotiation, unfortunately, and I think the taxpayers can speak more directly to this, they were under exigencies due to financial circumstances. So they didn't do their due diligence. They realized after the fact that they overpaid for the property. And so you bring up a valid issue. They came from another country. They didn't know. There were no other offers on the house, and they were under time constraints financially to buy something. They have a family, and they were, so there were economics involved, and now they're paying the price for those exigencies because they had to get something, and they realized after the fact, okay, there were some disclosures, but not nearly, oh yeah, we're gonna have to have the floors ripped up. There's this, they had no idea.
Did they have an agent?
They had an agent, but obviously they weren't well represented.
And did they do a home inspection?
There was some level, but it didn't involve looking into the pipes, or it was a surface inspection. The inspector had checked the roof and signed off on it. They found out the roof was leaking. They had to return the inspection fees. So they just weren't served well. And unfortunately, they're paying the price. And they can speak to it if you'd like to. They can speak to it directly. They're here. But I'm actually, they realize they overpaid for it. They shouldn't be overtaxed for it as well when it's not worth what they paid, particularly during that period where the house was ripped apart, not even livable. And that's what really the key issue is.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Board, can we have a clarification question based on the statement he just said?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned briefly that they came from another country and moved here and they weren't familiar with the market. Is that the case? This is the first property they've purchased in America and they didn't live in America prior to this purchase?
If you're going to comment, please come forward to the podium.
So I want to the clarification. So this is my second property. So because why I gave you so hurry want to purchase this property because okay. So I came from Canada, working in the United States. Our family still with 3 property in the Canada, and this is over the $1 million holding in the banks for the over 3 years. So because I have to pay, the bank gave me interesting rate just 0.2%. And within this interesting, I also need to pay the both of a country the interest the payment for the tax return, and then I lose the inflation for my principal the principal, because this is holding under the bank for 3 years because of COVID-19. No any movement for the visit the country in Canada. This is the reason. Because when this is why this is the second one. First one, we buy the property just only for me, but we have the money living in the Canada, also living in the United States. And this is holding on the banks for 3 years, lose our loss of the principal because of the high the inflation. This is the reason for because I also the second buy because I'm not too much familiar with the market for the real estate, because my most of the job is really working on the computer software design, not too much knowledge of the how to negotiation, but I just care for the principal over $1 million holding on the bank lost in because of the inflation.
Okay, does that answer your question?
Yes, I believe he mentioned it's his second property he's purchased, but thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
While we have him up, you were working, I assume you were working with a broker. Was he a broker from that area, came highly recommended, or somebody off the street, or who was the broker on this?
Yeah, so we just open house, we just let them so the Harry, the son of the broker, for the agents. But the agents, we talked to my agents several times. I want to for the get off this property. and then they are threatening to me if you get off, and then you will be losing my deposit, 65,000, and also I go to another year, I will be losing my the inflation, so maybe the 5%. And in this way, I think that I have to buy the property. This is the reason. So yeah.
And another question, I could ask it to your agent, but since you're up there, how many days were you out of the property? The statement was made that you couldn't live in the property for a while. How many days or weeks or months were you unable to live in the property?
What means how many days?
As of,
Oh, okay.
Months would probably be easier because it was a matter of months.
8 months. So we buy the property on the November 19, 2021, but finally, after 8 months later.
how many months?
8 months later, and then this property be parking for the livable, can be moving. But still up to now, because I no budget, still have lots of the damage you need to fix it because the assistant know they have decks, they have another for the gate, the roof almost totally died. So I no budget. And then yeah, we think maybe.
I do have current
Okay, thank you.
pictures in the next presentation of the current condition, so you can
Okay.
Right.
have a better idea of where it's at
Okay.
now.
All right, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, did you have another question?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
You smiled at me like you knew I had other questions. On page 5, you make the statement, the cost to cure is approximately $351 and $20. Then below, then you adjust that. I think you've called it, he did his own work, and I just want to qualify, he just acted as his own general contractor.
That's
it.
correct.
Okay. And then on page 28, which, to be honest with you, I can barely read, it looks, is that the actual, that's the actual cost, is that correct?
There's actual costs and there's estimated costs, I believe, on his signed sworn statement.
And I don't see where that comes up to 352. I'm trying to, it seems like it's 260, let's call it 268, which are the first 22 repairs and 23. And then if I add the rest of the what you call rest of non-repair estimate, I'm coming up with about 301. Am I missing something? Because I can't see a lot of this, to be honest. So if I'm missing something, I want to know.
Yeah, there's, I don't believe the sewer line repair, if you look at the top there, it's 267,811 equals 136,830 plus the 139,20, which is a sewer line repair, which is a separate element. So it's not, the 139,20 is not in this thing. That was under the separate invoice estimate that was provided for the sewer line repair. So if you add-
Okay, so then the total you're saying is,
if you look at the top
if you
there,
look at 221, that's 136, then 223 is 60, and you're saying then the sewer line repair should be added, is
should be
that?
added, and if you look at the top, it says 2022 repair finish cost is that 136 plus the 139.20, and then you would add in the 6107 for those other elements.
So the sewer line repair is not in that?
It's not in that, right.
And when was that done then?
When was the sewer line?
The solar done is around from the April, but I don't know the exact days.
April of which year?
2020, 22nd.
22nd, okay, thank you. So that's how you get to around 400,000.
That's correct.
Okay. Now let's go to the comps. And so it seems like it took about 4 to 6 months to get all this with some of the smaller, they moved in and
Well,
then
they
they
couldn't
got.
move in till July of 2022,
Okay.
okay?
And.
So there was stuff going on, and there's still projects, but they don't affect being able to live in the property. So they can live in there now, but the roof still leaks and the fountains don't function. And the skylights obviously still leak. And so there's still.
Got it. Let's go to page 7, your market sales. And let's start with La Cuesta, is it, number 3?
Mhm.
And I see you use usable lot size, and you put -292. The assessor's office doesn't make any adjustment. They say it's about the comparable is 34,412. The subject is 67, not all of it usable, apparently, at 518. So can you tell me what you're using as the usable square footage to make the subject's usable square footage and what you're using on the comps?
We're using the subject as approximately 15,000 usable.
And how did you get that?
Actually, we got it from the assessor. And then we did a field inspection and that looked reasonable.
Okay, and then the usable on the comps 1 through 4?
Yes, and usable once again was basically what was reported in the public record combined with.
Well, what public record gives you usable versus just gross square footage?
A lot of these properties are in the foothills, so a lot of them aren't just
Right.
flat usable. And so what I would do is I'd look at the images, I'd look at topography, I'd look at Google Maps. And so a lot of it was guesstimating if I didn't have an actual reported usable area.
And you don't have those guesstimates with you?
They're a result of, they would be showing in my numbers. Meaning.
I mean, you have the adjustments, but you don't tell us, I guess that the usable square footage was this?
Yes, it's actually showing on the analysis.
On what page is that?
Page 7, if you look, it has 2 footages under land. The first one is the actual and the second one's the usable. Under land data for each sale, the ones that don't have any ones, those are assumed to be basically usable areas.
Are you talking about?
Under land?
See where it says La Cresta, it's all flat, he's saying.
1 second, sir. Okay, your client he's raising his hand.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt.
I know.
Yeah, I was kind of, don't know.
I don't know what he wants to interject about. Yes?
Is it okay? I do some of the statement. So regarding my property unusable area, so it is costing me almost annually 4,000 to 5,000. When I purchased this property, never the previous owner talked to me, and never the both agents talked to me. This is every year they have the local fire department for the clean order. So which means every year I need to clean unusable the mountain area, and this is costing me almost 3 months more than 3 months. If the hiring to another professional guy to clean, it is cost 4,000 to 5,000. This is a huge of cost for me annually, because even for the unusable, I'm for the entire of the community for the mountain cleaning. So suppose I get the compensation because I do the unusable mountain cleaning, but actually I do this bring me loss of cost annually.
Yeah, if I can elaborate a little bit.
Well, I was still trying to get maybe I'm missing something. What, to cut to the chase here, on La Cuesta, and it replies to the other one, you've adjusted down 292, and I'm trying to see.
Oh, no, that was based on that being a total usable area
I
compared
see,
to.
okay. The answer was it's on page 7. You split up your market sales. I'm looking on page 8, and it's on page 7.
I'm sorry. And just, there is a point that I'd like the board to recognize. One other area of disclosure that didn't happen was hillside clearance. The taxpayer was never notified when he purchased the home that he would be responsible for this annual hillside clearance that runs into thousands of dollars, or he'd be billed by the fire department for clearing this. So obviously, he said this was not something he would have ever gotten involved with. But once again, it was another area of disclosure that wasn't made known to him until after he had already purchased the property, and then he received notice.
I see it, I was looking on just the one page, and I didn't see it on the prior page. I think that's all the questions I have.
Okay, I have a few. On page 6, where it's labeled cost approach.
Yes.
I believe it's more of a land sale grid and not cost approach, because there's no cost of any building or materials in here. It's just raw land sales, right?
Well, no, there is, and if you'll go to, that it was based on, and maybe I didn't state it clearly. I'm scanning there, just give me a moment, because I want to send you to the right page, so you can see what the basis was of that approach. On page 25, there's a replacement cost estimate. This was the basis for what was used in the cost approach. This was added to the determined land value as a starting point. It's actually 25 and 26 and 27. 27 will be the most helpful page because that's where it comes to the conclusion of the cost, or the estimated replacement cost.
I don't see where you've added replacement cost in here. You're just doing raw land sales.
Okay, it's at the bottom of, should be in there.
Well, I'm just looking on page 6. We have 3 land sales. And I think last time we were in here, we talked about these land sales. The one, number 1 on Oak Places in North Ranch, and it is completely different market, just completely different. The one on Herb/Hillcrest, that's on a traffic street. And it's evidenced by its price per foot at very low that it is not a good sale. And then the one on Mountain Crest was your only sale at all. There's no discussion about what kind of utility it has, if it has the amount of usable lot that's similar to the subject or not.
Yeah, well, because the sales of land are based on gross area, we use that. The Mountain Crest did have a pool spa, a view, sprinklers, and it was a gated site, there was a description a little bit below that. We used 15, that one came in at 1789. And if you'll see where below that it says replacement cost new, that's where the replacement cost is added to the derived land value at $15.
It's not for a structure, it's just for the dirt only. There's no structure in here.
No, the 762,100 is the structure, the 1,012,770.
Okay.
I don't think I maybe detailed it clearly enough.
Oh, yeah, you did not connect these dots at all.
Okay.
Just, yeah.
So it says replacement cost new equals 762,100 plus 1,770,000. I should have wrote after that land value, which comes to the 1,774,870.
Okay, so you're suggesting a land value of $1 million and change, and then an end value of 1.355. So you're saying that all the structures on that property only contribute $325,000 to the whole overall project?
Yes, you got to keep in mind that this is a 1969 built home with a lot of depreciation. It has a lot of dry rot.
Yeah,
The deck is
I understand.
sagging. It's not a new home. If you think about that, I didn't even add, there's not a depreciation calculation in here. So I think it's conservative, to be honest with you.
Okay, let's go to page 7. Your sales. Sale 1 on Jan's Road, that has no view and is traffic. Gloucester, we've already talked about, that's a gated enclave. Both of these are built in the 90s. They're far superior. They're not even really comparable. The one on La Cresta, that's a completely different market. Caneo Oaks is a very different market than Kevington. Kevington is hillsides.
Yes.
Very, most lots have probably less than 50% utility. Over in Caneo Oaks, I would say most of the lots are, 80+% utility. Flat. So land value is different, views are different, they're entirely different markets.
Yeah, and that was the one cell that we used that the assessor had used, and that was probably erroneous, only based on the distance from the subject.
Then I had a question back on page 5. You have your 20% overhead and profit. How
Yes.
did you come about that?
That's a standard addition that we make when we're recognizing that a owner builder is operating compared to a contractor who's looking to build in a profit on top of his costs.
Okay.
And so in the assessor's office or the deputy assessor, we used to always add in a 20% overhead and profit when it was an owner builder situation to make up for the difference.
Is that supported in the market? Do you have data for that?
Not specifically, but contractors are charging at least 20%. I think it's actually conservative on top of their costs.
Well, that's a contractor. They have different overhead than a homeowner.
Right, but we're trying to equalize the market cost that a contractor would charge. So that's what it is. It's an equalization vehicle to try to mirror the market. It's, once again, it's a guesstimate. And it's something that we've utilized in the assessor's office as a tool to equalize a taxpayer's cost to a builder's cost.
Okay. I think I'm all set on questions. Go ahead.
On page 28, it says in caps, this sworn statement is signed, and Mr. Chu has signed it. Is there anything like a declaration under penalty of perjury that he put in anything that he is calling a sworn statement?
I can't answer that. This is, he can probably answer if that's something that you'd like to question him about.
Is he labeling his signature a sworn statement? Is that the extent of what you understand to be his verification of the statement?
Right. As you understand, I have no way of knowing what his exact costs were, so I'm relying on his word and his sworn statement that these are the costs and this is what my research and this is where the estimates I did actually receive and this is what it would cost me to get this property back into marketable condition like these comparable properties. He can speak to, if you can, Mr. Yu.
Yeah, so the why is we not hiring for the contractor, the company to the management of this project. We manage this project by ourselves. So we purchase the materials just for the qualification of the materials. We don't want to handle everything. If you the contractor, you pay the big of the money, and later you out of controls. And definitely, so we just use the pay the labels and for make these jobs to them. Compare with the market values. If you for this project to be done is more double the price, which is our done to the diligent. Also, we get the control for the timeline and get the control for the quality of the materials.
Did you supply
So
canceled checks or proof of payment to the assessor?
So because the current for the market for the construction labels, they are always charged for the cash. Is if you want to the uses contractor to pay, there will be double the price. This is all the renovation, all the contract market run these ways. But I did it for the get the detail of list. What is my purchase price? They all have the list of I provided for the both of NJ and both of my agent.
So you purchased the materials and you paid the contractors to work with those materials in cash? Is that what happened?
Yes, yes.
And did you supply the assessor's office with the
details.
receipts for the materials you
Yes,
bought?
yes, yes. I all the break it down, very details.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
I have one more question. Can you just review for me? What did you use when you were determining your usable lots? How did you determine your usable lot sizes? Just a review for me.
There are different ways. Some of it was what was reported in the MLS. Some of it was done based on looking at Google Maps and looking at topography and driving by properties and looking at images. So it was a mix based on photos, imaging, Google.
Did you use the county's GIS website that they have where they could show you the terrain and you can measure?
I didn't use their actual thing because I use Google.
Okay.
I use Google Maps, so that's my preferred tool.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions of the applicant's presentation? Okay,
Well, I guess it's probably going too far here, but on page 4, that's a aerial map. So if you can sort of, what do you consider usable in that, and what do you consider, is the property line where is the property line on that, to the best of your knowledge? I mean, I can't tell from that, in determining usable square footage, I can't, for the land, not for the building, I can't really determine what is a completely flat piece of land versus what maybe has a little bit of slope versus what.
We were in agreement with the assessor's calculation from the prior case, and we continued with that. So unless the assessor changed their opinion of the usable lot size, I don't even think that's something.
Well, you have a big disagreement with them on the valuation. So maybe we can just go over some.
but they're not disagreeing on the usable lot size.
Exactly.
They've agreed on the usable lot size.
Usable for what? Okay.
You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. It's imperfect science, obviously. And, obviously with extensive grading and all that, any land is usable. You put in caissons and all that,
Right.
but then you have to look at the land cost. Is it even
Well,
economically
for instance,
feasible?
nobody has told me whether you have a picture on page 4 of the house, and then you have a pool, and then you have the driveway and stuff. Is the assessor, I don't know from the assessor, I don't know from you
Just
whether.
looking at the picture, if I may, that you're referring to, even though this looks flat, if you look right behind the pool and you see that drainage ditch, this is all steep slope.
Okay, and what
But you-
about in front, on the bottom of the picture?
At the top, I would say top, I guess. If you look from where the pool is, and you'll see a line going across the hillside. That's a drainage ditch.
Is that his property line, do you know?
No, his property line goes all the way up at the top of that.
To the hill? Okay.
Exactly. And that's steep slope that he has to clear that he didn't know about when he purchased the property. Yeah, so he's ended up inheriting a tremendous expense, annual expense that was not disclosed to him.
There wasn't a addendum in the sales contract. Typically, it's not uncommon in Conejo Valley to have to take care of your slopes. It's a well-known thing. I'm surprised that it wasn't maybe in his paperwork when he purchased the place.
According to the
Should have been in
tax,
Natural hazard statement.
What?
Should have been in the national hazard disclosure, right? That you-
Yeah,
that
it
you're
should have
gonna
been
need
in
to-
there that it's, because it's very,
and-
especially in Thousand Oaks, I mean, it's a very common area to have to clear your land.
A lot of homes
he
on
can-
that street burnt in the
he can
fire.
speak to
Yeah.
Might work
So actually, they have talked to me, and the entire of the cabinet area is the high-fi zone area. This is right, but they have a bunch of neighbors. They doesn't mean to need to every year for the annually clean orders. Only my property, they have this kind of mandatory order for clean. I have to do in the timely manner for clean, otherwise I have a huge of a penalty.
Yes, they give you a date that you have to have it cleared,
Yeah, yeah,
typically
yeah,
cleared
yeah,
by.
yeah.
And
But
otherwise, they will fine you.
They talk to me. I noticed entire of the cabinet area is the fire hazard zone. This is the truth. Yeah.
When did you become aware of that?
So the entire of the cabinet, the community, they are all belong to these fire hazard zone. This is the description by the, I don't know, they just talk to me, let me to know. I'm saying that's okay. But they are never talk to me. You have to annually to clean the mountain. I manage the mountain. I know get the composition, but I pay the huge of cost. This is very, very painful for me.
All right.
Hey, one more, just on the, while you've got fire on this. Have your fire insurance, I mean, we know, I think, right?
Yeah.
Has that changed substantially in the last few years? Do you know?
No, so because I have the mortgage, big mortgages. So annually I pay the fire the insurance for my property. They are also
Through your mortgage? Through your mortgage, you pay the insurance?
This is including fire for the insurance.
And you haven't seen any substantial increase because of the fire danger?
They are also the annual visit my home to inspections.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I have one more question for you about the insurance. So when you purchased your house, did you get a homeowner's insurance plan that covers a lot of things?
Oh.
That typically would cover things?
Okay, so this is when I purchased this property, they gave me the $650 for the home insurance, and especially for this leaking, the gas leaking, we called there, and they are coming to the several times for they are hiring the different contractor coming to my home to look at, but actually their conclusion, they are say why they are disconnect our the claim. So we have the whole have the one of the gas pipe into my home, and then go all the side to the another for the swimming pool area, and then this is inside of the main house, and then another other side swimming pool heating, and then their insurance say they are only covered for the inside of the home, not covered the other side of the swimming pool heating area. And then third party contractor come to the home and then ask me to pay him 1,000 installation isolation valve, and then he will be do some of the inspections. So there come in last 3 contractors come to the first one. They cannot be close the valve, and they are equipped the jobs. And the second the contractor coming, they are very difficult to go to the roof to the inspections. And the third coming then they say I have to pay individual to this contract for 1,000 installation the isolation valve. And then I talk to the contractor, the home insurance company, but they are infatuated. They say they are lying to me, and then they say because you are connected with the other side, not in their insurance coverage. I say this is not a. I buy it from the history. The previous owner, they are connected each other, and 40 years ago, their coding is allowed to connect each other. But right now, I don't know. They have coding should be separately for the heating, the pipe and the main house pipe should be separate. But I have no knowledge for this one. But the insurance company totally deny.
Same thing with the sewer line?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if it was clear, but part of what the problem was with the home was it had leaking gas in the walls inside. He was unaware of when they bought it. The only way he found out is he got these super high gas bills, but nobody was living in the house. And so that was another part and parcel of the issue, as they had to open up the walls and do research to try to find out where this gas leak originated. And so that was what caused the kitchen to have to get torn apart to find the gas leak. And then they capped it, and then they eliminated the use of gas and went with electricity for safety purposes.
Okay, thank you. I believe no other questions from the board. Does the assessor's office have a piece of information for us?
Yeah, so we do have the documents about the one comp. Can we get that page? Yeah, so this was applicant's comp number 2. We'll call this rebuttal document, I guess.
The photos are not an exclusive of all the photos from the listing, just trying to get a good snapshot of what the condition of the property was during that March 2022 transfer that's being used as valuation.
So this document's being provided to show that the information and pictures listed in the applicant's exhibit are not true to the March 2022 listing and sale. When you go through the pictures, you can see it is not remodeled. There's no pool and spa, no court, all of that. Also, we've provided the MLS listing with the remarks and the property characteristics. You'll see a lot of, it says pool with waterfall, spa, court, and remodeled. That is not the case with this property. Finally, the last, or second to last page, you'll see some aerial photos. It's kind of hard to tell the dates on here, but if you look at the top where you see all those blue dots and it says 2D, 3D, you'll see one date up there that says April 15th, 2022. That's the bottom photo. If you hold it sideways, it's the left photo. That's as close as we can get to the March 22 date, showing obviously no pool and spa or any of the outdoor improvements. The little red dot shows you what the subject is. I understand it's a little hard to see. The top photo or the right photo, depending on how you're looking at it, if you look at those 3D and 2D at the top, you'll see May 12th, 2023. That's as close as we can get to the second sale of this property, which is the pictures and description listed by the applicant. The final page is the listing photo, some listing photos that are also in the applicant's exhibits. So we just want to provide that clarity on that comp.
Yes, I would agree that the remodeling hadn't been done yet we would also note that this house is 30 years newer than the subject property. Obviously, some adjustments would be needed to be made, though, on my case, for condition and things of that nature.
Okay, how do we want to proceed now? Do we want to do closing arguments from each side? Or do we want to present 2023 and then do closing arguments for both at the same time? That way you guys don't have to like repeat yourself. Do you have a preference?
I don't, whatever the board would prefer. I think the taxpayer may want to make a comment about the condition of the home, and the wife hasn't had an opportunity to speak, and she would just like to speak about her experience with what was going on with the house in 2022 on the lien date.
Wait, hold on. So the applicant's presentation ended when Mr. O'Neill finished his case, so you're requesting to reopen the case, Mr. O'Neill?
No, she's speaking as part of the close, I guess it is. Because she's not speaking to really any specific speaking to her experience.
Very short.
Is this part of your closing arguments now? Are we
Yes,
going
as
on
long
to
as I
closing?
can also chime in,
Okay, if,
it's part of the closing.
that was my question. Do we want to do closing arguments for 2022?
Yeah.
And then move to 2023 and then do closing arguments for 2023 again? Or present 2023 right now and then after that, do closing arguments for both years?
I think she's presenting testimony just for 2022 is what you sort of indicated.
Yeah, would be, yeah.
Yes, because that was really when all this damage existed on that lien date.
I mean, she will also get if she has something she wants to say about 2023,
2023, but it
she'll
wouldn't be-
have an opportunity, but,
Exactly.
and so I think,
If that's okay, if the board will allow it, that would be.
I think Brenda just wants
can
to
still
open it
decide
up
if-
for,
if-
It's
so
the
that,
chair's decision, and for due process, if she speaks, the assessor should be permitted to ask her a question or two if the assessor wishes to.
Right, I would agree with that. But if she does want to speak, then this is going to be part of your closing statements, and we're going to start that now. So you'll do
That's
your
fine.
closing statements, and then they'll do theirs, and then we'll move on to 23. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. If you want to just, so now it's time for him to make his closing statement. So if you want to add to
yeah,
that,
very
that's fine,
short,
but let's
very
keep
short.
it brief.
Yeah.
Real quick, Chair, before we get along too, I know we're going a lot of different angles. Backing up, the assessor's rebuttal exhibit will be labeled Exhibit C. And I just wanted to make sure, because a new evidence was submitted, there were no questions in regards to that from the board or the applicant. I think it was clear that there wasn't questions, but I just wanted to make sure we take care of all the due process before we get too far down the line.
Are there any questions of the board, from the board, of the new evidence?
No.
Okay. All right. So I think now it's time for closing statements for 2023, 2022.
May I just speak very shortly? Like, because before we sign a contract by the house, we only visit, for me, only visit 2 times. And couldn't see many things, like we disappointed afterwards. And the 2022 winter is very harsh to our family. My husband often come back home at 10 p.m. at night. And the condition, I also jump into the pit to help at some time and do some cleaning for the contract. Because the working condition is very tremendous. I just for conclusion, I hope the board can grant our appeal, and because the tax is quite a big burden for families, right? Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Since she spoke and she testified, I think the assessor, if he wishes, or if either assessor wishes to ask any follow-up questions, they should be permitted the opportunity.
Thank you. We have no questions.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. If it's okay with the board, then I'll continue with the closing. Based on Property Tax Rule 4D, the assessor should make all allowances he deems appropriate for differences between a comparable property at the time of sale and the subject property on the valuation date. We use the cost to cure estimate representing a temporary value loss as of January 1st, 2022, based on the damage that existed to the subject. Buyers will typically discount the purchase price of an impaired property beyond the actual cost to repair. Per Assessor's Handbook 501, page 88, under Sales Data Adjustments, it states the appraiser considers all differences between the subject and comparable properties that could affect their respective market values, then adjusts the sale price of the comparable properties for these differences in order to arrive at an indicator of value for the subject. Adjustments are made to the comparable property, not the subject property. Unfortunately, in the assessor's case in this matter, they did not make adjustments to the comparable properties to reflect the damage of the subject on January 1st, 2022. Revenue and Taxation Code Section 51 requires the assessor to annually enroll the lesser of the property's Proposition 13 factored base value or its market value as of January 1st, and the Revenue and Taxation Code Section 51 states its full cash value as defined in Section 110 as of the lien date taking into account reductions in value due to damage, destruction, depreciation, obsolescence, removal of property, or other factors causing a decline in value. There is no way to determine if a decline in value has occurred without adjusting comparable sales to reflect the condition of the subject on the lien date. Property Tax Rule 4G requires adjustments to comparables for differences of the subject. Assessor's Handbook 501 requires adjustments to comparables for all differences that affect market value. R&T Code Section 51 requires enrollment of the lesser of the base year value or January 1 market value, taking damage, destruction, removal, and obsolescence into an account. My client's right to a Proposition 8 would be excluded under the assessor's interpretation where they have not taken damage directly into account in their value conclusion. In addition, when we look at the assessor's sales, almost all of them, or at least the first three, are over a mile difference. And we, as the board has stated, many of those sales are from a different economic area where there's large, flat, usable land, and basically aren't comparable to the subject property. The closest is 0.4 miles, which is their comp number 4. But by and large, their cases from the Coneo Oaks, I believe it's called, area, and not from the subject's immediate market area. I do understand that there are challenges, particularly in 2022, for finding sales in the Kensington development area. And so sometimes you're forced to expand your circle. But as you look at the distance of our sales, I think our furthest, which is one of the same assessor sales, we were still able to find 3 other sales that were much closer geographically to the subject. I think another part where the assessor has erred is if you look at most all the homes that they've provided, they have higher quality features. They have concrete tile roofs, Spanish tiled roofs, granite countertops, marble travertine flooring. They have all these high-end elements the subject doesn't have. The subject has laminated floors, no marble, no granite, no concrete tile, no Spanish tile, no slate roof, but comp shingle roof. These are all indicators of value. When you build a home, when you establish the value, when you build the cost of that home, it changes based on these elements that are included. Also, buyers pay more for these elements. When they're not there, they're going to pay less for them. That's going to drive the fair market value down on the subject compared to these other comparables, which have all these nicer upgraded features, and the assessor did not make any adjustments for those nicer features. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, now it's time for the assessors to make their closing statements.
Thank you. So for 2022, the applicant has appealed the value that is enrolled, which is the base year value, stating it doesn't capture all of the repairs necessary for the property, which is not true. The base year value does reflect that, and the board's findings show that. We evaluated 2022, compared it to market comparables. We found the best we thought were available. We meticulously looked through the list of comparables, visited a large number of them, not physically on the property, but at least visited, drove by, made sure we were trying to select the best available. Yes, there are differences in location. We've made adjustments where we feel is appropriate, where it's view, condition, and effective year. A lot of the accusations the applicant is saying that we didn't consider and make adjustments for, we did. We absolutely did. The reason we did not use the cost to cure, as we've already somewhat stated, is because the document you saw in the applicant's presentation is the same document we received. The information was signed under a sworn statement, it states, but our office requires receipts, invoices, or contractor estimates of some sort to support those numbers anytime a cost to cure is to be applied to a property. Those weren't provided, so we couldn't substantiate these numbers. So we felt a market-based condition adjustment was the appropriate way of adjusting for the property and not using the listed cost to cure, since it was unsupported and we are unable to recreate these numbers that the applicant presented. The applicant has been very critical of the comps we use, saying they're very far or not in the subject's neighborhood, and yet it's our opinion, our selection of comps are very similar to his selection of comps when it comes to selection of the neighborhoods. And yes, we did attempt to pick the best ones available as of the lien date. With that, our base year value for the subject property, which we already know encompasses the cost for repair, as dictated by the board, it falls right in the middle of our comps pretty much. Because of that, we are unable to justify further reduction, and that's why we're not recommending a reduction to the board, and we leave it to the board to reach a decision about that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. After we hear the next case, we'll deliberate both behind closed doors.
Can we take a break before we hear
We
the
can
next
do
one?
it, yeah, we can do a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and hear 2023. Okay,
Return at 2:50?
yes.
All right, thank you. Whenever you're ready. Whenever you're ready.
All right, it is 2:50. We are back in session, and we are going to hear application 11067 to the 2023 lien date.
I'll just note for the record, assessors exhibits A and B have been handed out. Before they were submitted into evidence, a few pages of exhibit A were swapped out for minor corrections, but everyone should have the correct version of exhibit A now, and applicant's exhibit 1 has also already been submitted as part of the binder. After page 52 is when applicant's exhibit 1 starts. This is owner occupied single family residence, so we'll start with the assessor again.
Thank you, board. Again, don't think we need to go over too much of what the subject property is, but this is a 2023 decline in value appeal. If we go down to the subject property pursuant to R&T Section 51A and Property Tax Rule 2B, the assessor is required to enroll the lesser of a property's factored base year value or its full cash value as of the lien date. And as of January 1st, 2023, the subject's factored base year value is $1,960,950, and the Prop 13 value was enrolled for 2023. So we can go into the valuation. So a site check was conducted to evaluate the condition of the property after the repair work was completed for the plumbing issues that were discovered as of the November 19th, 2021 transfer. After new flooring was installed, new interior painting completed, the kitchen gas repair and complete remodel, and roof repairs for leaks that occurred. The applicant indicated the repairs and major condition issues were resolved by July of 2022, when they were finally able to move into the home, and therefore the condition issues discussed during Appeal 22-10760, the Prop 13 base year appeal, are no longer relevant for 1/1/23. The subject is in average condition with some updates throughout, as mentioned above, as well as some deferred maintenance noted, which consists mostly of some exterior issues, and we appraised accordingly. So the assessor is only considering the repair cost to cure information for 2023 that was provided by the applicant of $38,000, which includes costs for a broken pool waterfall to be repaired, issues for some windows, old AC unit at the end of life that needs repairs, and foundation issues such as large cracks or uneven pavement. All costs are adjusted downwards by at least the $38,000 cost to cure to allow for these repairs needed on the subject. The subject's pool equipment is in need of replacement, and the applicants have turned off the filtration system, which has made the pool and spa unusable. Though the subject has a pool and spa, the assessor will appraise the subject as if it did not have this improvement, as the equipment is inoperable and is not usable. The subject also has a 360 square foot pool house, which we've previously discussed, with a half bath, which all the comparables are lacking, and we adjust downwards $17,500 for this structure. Though the subject has an outdoor fireplace near the pool, it's not operable, therefore we're not adjusting for it as we consider it to have no market value. Again, the exterior deck has in need of repairs with loose planks, so we're adjusting at 50% of the typical market adjustments. The 205 square foot miscellaneous structure, again, we're addressing at $35 a square foot. So we get to our appraisal. The assessor's appraisal includes 4 custom single-family residences from comparable market areas to the subject. The comps are between 0.4 miles to 1.4 miles from the subject and are all considered to be in superior condition to the subject. All comps have a pool and spa improvement and will be adjusted downwards to reflect the comps having that superior market improvement. The subject's total lot size is 1.55 acres with a usable area of approximately 15,000. Comps 2 through 4 are adjusted for differences in usable size areas at $3 a square foot rounded. The subject also has highly sought after views of the city below as well as the surrounding hillsides and mountains. The comparables are adjusted up or down based on their view differences to the subject's view. Comps with some views, whether that's superior or inferior to the subject, are adjusted plus or minus 2.5% of the sales price, and comps lacking a view altogether are adjusted upwards of 5% of their sales price. Comp number 1 has a similar view, comp number 2 has a superior view, and comps 3 and 4 lack views. Though comp number 4 is from a competing neighborhood 1.4 miles from the subject that has similar characteristics to the subject area, it is located within the Westlake Village city limits, which is considered to be superior to most areas in Thousand Oaks by some market participants. Therefore, we are adjusting it downwards 10% for a superior location. The adjusted value range of the comparables considered for the subject as of January 1st, 2023 is from $1,906,500 to $2,028,000. The subject's Prop 13 value for 2023 is $1,960,950 and is within the adjusted value range indicators. Therefore, a Prop 8 market reduction is not warranted. Again, we have comparables that were provided but not used. The applicant's agent provided comparables to the assessor. Excuse me, let's try this again. The applicant's agent provided comparables the assessor did not use in their valuation analysis as we did not feel they represented the subject property and recorded a large amount of adjustments. These comparables were also considerably smaller than the subject, with a difference of living area between 1,123 square feet and 1,269 square feet less than the subject. The comparables that were provided with some of the reasons why we did not use these are as follows. So 2443 Sapra Street sold on November 17, 2022. It is a smaller home at 2473 square feet with only 2.5 bathrooms. It has a smaller size garage. It lacks the pool house / office. The usable lot size of the home is approximately half of the usable lot size of the subject, and the property has an overall different feel than the subject property, and that was verified by a drive-by site check. 1525 La Granada Drive, which sold on November 8th, 2022 for $1.35. Again, smaller home at 2589 square feet with 3 bedrooms and 3.5 baths, smaller size garage and locks of view. The home is also alongside a higher trafficked main street than the subject. And 1325 El Monte Drive, which sold on 11/15/22 for $1,100,000. It is a smaller home at 2619 square feet. It was built at a lower quality class than the subject, around the same time as the subject. The home has 4 bedrooms and 2.5 baths with a smaller size garage that is also in inferior condition compared to the subject. The home backs to Conejo Valley High School, which can be considered a nuisance, and it lacks a view. So our conclusion, after conducting a site check to evaluate the condition of the subject, researching, reviewing, and driving around to the possible comparables to consider for the subject, and adjusting the best comparables for any market differences, the assessor's appraisal indicates that the 2023 factored base year value of $1,960,950 for the subject is within range of the adjusted sales prices of the comparables used. And this assessor therefore requests that the Assessment Appeal Board sustain the subject's enrolled value as of 1/1/23 lien date. So again, we're gonna just quickly try to do some new points. We have the listing photos, but if you go to page 12, those were photos from the site check. The subject is gated. To enter the property from the street, you do have to go through a gate. Showed some differences. We can see, that the bathrooms are updated. If you go on page 13, on the top row of photos and the top right photo with the curtains closed in the chair, that is the 205 square foot miscellaneous structure area. It is currently used as a bedroom. And then the first photo below that to the left is the bathroom that is attached to that room. So you can see the cracks by the air conditioner. You can see the leaking sun roof. You can see the photos of the pool where it's green, and why the assessor decided to not adjust for the pool, or consider them to be equal to the comparables, because it's just not usable. They turned it off, I believe, in the beginning of 2024, but we're giving them the benefit of the doubt as of January 1st, 2023, as they were known issues of the pool equipment being old and in need of repair. So those are photos of the site check. 15 is our market evaluation. As you can see, all the properties were considered to be superior. So in that adjustment for condition, it includes either 5%, 10% adjustment of the sales price plus that $38,000 of the cost to cure that was not yet completed. And you can see our comp number 3, 10% adjustment for location. Again, what our abbreviations are and the costs. The next pages are all the comparables. You can see in the listing photos, where we had considered it to not have a view or to have an inferior view. It is based off of the, listing photos of the subject and the site check of the subject. The last part, 46, again, is where these comparables are compared to the subject. And what we are considering Exhibit B is, again, the Assessment Appeal Board's decision to reduce the base year, the findings of facts, which took into consideration the known or the condition issues that were discovered after the transfer. But again, the majority of those were all fixed or ratified as of the July 2022 timeframe for when they moved into the property. So that's not something we're considering for January 1st, 2023. And I believe that's all we have for 2023. If you have any questions.
Thank you. Does the applicant have any questions of the assessor's presentation?
Yes, I do. Looking at your comparables, if I'm not mistaken, first of all, is there a map included here?
Last page.
Last page, thank you. Do you know what number that page would be approximately? 46. Okay, so Paramentor Estates. How far is that? Is that shown on here?
Yeah, distance,
Can't
distance
see
for
what
each
number
comp
that
are
is.
at the
Is that
bottom.
one?
Sorry?
Is that one on Paramento? Is that cell one, I guess? Paramento's near Paramento Estates? You're saying that's a quarter mile, and then, hold on, these all say one, don't they? I'm not sure which, oh no,
No,
it's very tiny. Okay.
it's tiny, but
Okay,
the
gotcha.
numbers are,
Oh, thank you. Okay, so I'm looking at number 3.
yeah.
I mean, that's in a different planet, isn't it?
A different what?
A planet. I'm being a little, exaggerating a little bit. This is Westlake?
Yes.
Yeah, so in your opinion, would you say Westlake is comparable to Kevington?
We said it's superior, so we made a location adjustment for being superior.
I see. And you believe adjusting a cell from Westlake would be more applicable than adjusting a cell on the subject street for a size difference that's within within a block or two of the subject?
I'm not
Given,
following.
do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I
Meaning,
don't.
you as an appraiser, what you're saying is you'd rather go to Westlake to get a comp instead of going up the street on the same street and getting a comp that you've ignored here.
Which comp am I ignoring?
Well, let's just say there was another comp on, because you didn't present that comp, so I don't want to make that argument. But let's say there was another comp on Sapper Street.
You're talking about 2443 SAPRA. We mentioned it in our narrative.
Right, and so, okay, good, you did mention it. But you believe that this comp in Westlake is more applicable than that comp on the same street as the subject?
Yeah, we listed all the reasons we didn't use that comp.
Okay, and where are those reasons?
It's on page 3.
Page 3?
Yes.
And could you just read for me, if you don't mind? Because once.
I did that in my presentation.
Okay,
I read as to why we didn't use
Your
that.
pages come apart and then it's tricky to find it. I did find it here. So you said because of it's smaller and its lot size, but you don't believe location plays a bigger role?
So.
I'm just trying to understand the logic behind
the
going to
reason
Westlake instead
comp-
of the same street.
The reason comp number 3 was used is
Mhm.
because of the size of the subject property. Yes, there's issues with this comp, which we've done our best to adjust. But what we felt made it a good comp to include is the size. It was very close to the subject, whereas the other ones are a lot smaller. The ones you suggested are even smaller than the ones on our list. So because of its size, we felt it was important to include. We recognize there are differences, and we tried to adjust for those. We did drive this neighborhood. We felt the neighborhood and area was superior, but enough like the subject that it can be used, that potential market participants may consider both neighborhoods.
And that lot, I assume, is flat, correct?
The lot for comp 3?
Yes.
Yeah, the usable lot size and the lot size match, so.
So that's.
But the usable, what we're
You're showing the
off
lot
about.
size and the usable size being equivalent, so I'm assuming.
Yeah, the lot
It's
So we're
effectively
talking a 5,000 square foot difference.
No, I'm sorry, I was just referring to comp number 3. The lot size and the usable lot size are the same.
Are
So
the
it
same.
doesn't have the same deficiencies that the subject would have.
Right,
'Cause
it's a
the-
different set of circumstances, what I'm saying, right? Because obviously it's not a hillside property if it's,
Yeah, that's why we adjusted based on usable lot size.
okay, and you adjusted upward, obviously, because this does not have a view. So you're saying that it's a flat lot with no view, and then you remove
It's
the
not
pool.
necessarily a flat lot. You do have to drive up the driveway to get to.
But that's usable, I guess, is what it is. It's still-
Correct. The
okay.
usableness of it.
Let's just say the usable portion.
Correct.
I don't want to
The
miss.
usableness of the lot is about 5,000 square feet superior than the subject, but the property is not on a hillside. There is no view. That's why we're adjusting, because this subject does have a view.
Let me ask you another question. You actually stated, and I don't see it here clearly, but I'm sure it's here somewhere, that you adjusted based on the reported cost to cure. Is that correct? In this case, you've actually made the adjustment based on what my client presented as
So,
his cost to cure estimate.
so it's located, let me find it for you. It's on our page 1. The 38,000 is the cost secure provided to our office, so we
For
incorporate.
repairs not yet completed.
Repairs not yet completed, so we did incorporate that into our condition adjustment.
Okay, so that's what I'm missing. Why am I not seeing that on the, how am I not seeing that on the? on
So
your
it's
market evaluation?
included in our condition adjustment. It's not labeled out separately, they were combined together. So if you look at condition and you see for comp number 1, 145,500, that is a overall condition adjustment plus that 38,000.
Okay, so how does that break down? Those numbers minus 38,000, is that what you would,
What do you,
you're saying it's condition plus 38,000, correct? So if I
Correct.
take 38,000 off those numbers, then that would have been your adjustment outside of the cost to cure.
No.
Hmm.
For which one are we talking about? Are we talking about 776 Emerson?
Yeah, let's talk
Okay.
about that one.
So 776 Emerson, we're adjusting 5% for it being superior plus 38,000. So the total of 5% of the sales price plus the 38,000 cost to cure for repairs not yet completed equals a negative adjustment of 145,500. So it's superior in condition, and it has the 38,000 of repairs not yet completed accounted for in that condition adjustment.
Okay. And in your opinion, just so I understand, what made this particular comp superior to the subject? You made obviously a condition adjustment outside of the cost to cure.
so that's based on our field check, seeing the condition of the property, the maintenance that needed to be done, and comparing it to the data we have on the comp, basically listings and other sorts of information. So we made a overall condition adjustment because the subject has wear and tear that is not addressed. And then we added that cost to cure of 38,000 that was reported to us of what needs to still be done on top of the general condition we observed at the subject property.
Okay, I understand I understand in general what you're saying. I don't see it's not broken out, but I understand the concept. Let's go to your page 14 and page 12. I don't seem to have 13 for some reason. I don't know if it's another set of photos of the subject.
Yeah, 13's more photos. It's on the back of page 12. So
Oh,
if
it's
you
on
have
the back of
12.
page 12.
if
Okay,
you have 12,
that's why I
you
couldn't find it.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Obviously, these pictures look way different than the listing photos that were presented earlier for the subject, correct? Would you agree?
Yeah, this is the pictures we documented at a time of our walkthrough. If you're talking about quality of photos, we at the county do not have very great cameras, so if that's what you're alluding to, but,
No, I'm alluding to condition.
right.
Because actually, the subject has been, would you agree that the subject's been improving in condition as we move forward in time because they've been, as you mentioned, completing projects? Would you agree in general with that statement?
That the condition's improving?
Yes, on the subject property.
Yes.
Right. So,
They've done some remodeling.
correct. So that means for each of these dates of value, particularly this 2023, and even if we reference 2022, the subject would have been in worse condition than what we're seeing here, because this is 2024, correct?
This was recently, yes.
Recently, and this is after improvements have been made.
So we were told that the improvements for 1/1/23 versus our field check, there's basically haven't been much done in that amount of time, unless there's,
If you look at the listing photos and you look at the site check photos, the differences that you're going to see is mainly in the flooring. It's in the kitchen. It's in the paint. You can see that from the listing photos, the master bathroom is the same because that wasn't changed. The bathroom, their other bathrooms are the same because that didn't change. So the improvement, the major improvement is that they have new plumbing and a brand new kitchen. And that was the biggest difference between the listing and the site check. Everything else has basically stayed the same since the purchase in 2021. And that's why we're making an additional condition adjustment to some of these comps, because even those areas haven't been updated. And that's what we're accounting for in the market. And so if you look at the listing photos and just take the master bathroom, the listing photos and the site check photos, they're exactly the same because no improvement was done there other than, I believe, flooring change.
Right, the flooring did change. It's not the same. But let's,
So I guess I'm not understanding your question. What is it that the question is?
no, the question is, I'm looking at these photos of the subject compared to the listing photos you presented previously. And based on your testimony and based on my inspection, because I also inspected the subject was in worse shape than these 2024 for even 2023 and 2022, meaning the listing photos that were presented were not representative of the subject's condition as of lien date 2022 or 2023 for that matter.
If you look at the listing photos, again, let's address the master bathroom because that's one big area that nothing was done. You can see the listing photos in November of 2021 and our site check photo in September of 2024 are the same.
Would you agree that in the original, that the master bath was tile?
The bathtub,
The floor, I'm sorry. Would you agree that the flooring in the master bath in the listing original photos was tile? Because you keep saying nothing was done. So I just want to.
I'm not saying nothing was done.
Okay.
I'm just, let's talk about the bathtub, the fixtures, those types of things have not changed.
Let's talk about those. If we look at your page 12 and we look at the middle photo on the bottom, we see, is that a broken sink fixture there?
Correct, but you're saying that the
You
condition.
said let's look at the
If
condition.
you're in
Let's look at this.
2024, you're basically testifying, not asking a question, but you're stating that in 2024 the property should look better if improvements were done than the listing photos. But if if you look at the listing photos and you look at the site check photos, the structures, the bathtub, the vanity, those things have not changed. So it didn't get better, it didn't get worse. Those haven't changed.
And would you say, in your opinion, I do have mine, that this is very dated? What looks like this is part of the master bath?
And that's why we adjusted the comparables to be considered superior, because they are outdated and still need repair work.
Okay, I'm not gonna belabor that, but I just want to make the point clear that if you look at these pictures, these tell the story. These tell the story.
So
of-
do you have a question, or do you want to testify to our?
This is the time for you to ask questions of their
Yes.
presentation.
Yes, thank you. Let's move on. So you combine the value, so I understand clearly, you combine the value for your adjustments for what was superior, what was inferior, and I assume that's gonna include the granite countertops and the comps and the concrete. We see they all have concrete tile roofs. That's gonna include that. Is that an all-inclusive adjustment? Is that what that is?
Yes.
Okay. I don't believe any further questions at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Does the board have any questions of the app or the assessor's presentation?
Just a couple of them. If you turn to page 46, the site map, I'm trying to get a feel for the topography and where exactly this is. Two comps have been mentioned on Sapros and then the subject. It's 2443, which you didn't use, but I assume we'll be talking about. Is that, it seems like this goes up in addresses, so would that be in the north? If you go northeast, would it be that direction on Sapros? Or is it? No, I'm talking, well, either one. So if you drew a line, if you're continuing Sapros, I don't know if it goes straight or turned or what, would it be sort of, the line would go through the middle of comparables, the word comparables? Does that sound familiar? I'm just trying to figure out where the heck.
I believe if we're considering this subject to be at 2915 SAPRA and comp number 2 is at 2548 SAPRA, if we were to be continuing to go to 24, it would, yes, be up further closer to where the word comparables would be on the street.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, just to get a feel for this. And what is the topography there? Is this going up a hill, down a hill, up and down, or basically?
Yes, it does go up and down.
Up and down,
So
okay.
there's going to be streets that go up, there's going to be streets that go down. So there'll be, homes that are higher, higher elevation.
Okay, I've never
But
been to this
also-
area, so I have no idea, and I just was trying to get a feel
Yeah,
for it.
it goes up, like the streets go up and down. You can, it will
Okay.
curve, it will go down, it will.
And one last thing, which hasn't really been testified, but I'm curious your opinion on. I believe in 22, interest rates were going up. I don't have an exact mortgage rates and so forth. You haven't made any adjustments. Most of your sales are mid-22, and then one is January of 23. Do you have any opinion or data as to what was happening in the mortgage market as of that time period?
Yes, so each neighborhood kind of behaved somewhat differently. It depends on the neighborhood. In this neighborhood, when you're looking at the sales, if you look at the unadjusted sales, it does appear there was a slight decrease as you go through the year. Other sales, like comp number 4, doesn't really follow that
If we look
pattern.
at if we zoom out, I guess, if you will, from these specific properties, because these have
Right.
so many differences, just in the general market in this area, do you have you guys been making adjustments one way or the other for time?
We're not actively making adjustments for the time. Instead, we're trying to select comps as close to lien dates as possible to account for that.
Okay, thank you.
So if we are able to find a paired sale where we can absolutely document that, then yes, we will use that. In this case, we came up empty-handed in that regard, so our attempt to capture that is to be as close to lien date as we can based on the comps available. Obviously, comp number 2 passes that.
Right, it's
The
right
other
on the-
ones are a bit older, so really the selection of comps in this neighborhood was tough. This 2023 appraisal is a lot tougher. The amount of available comps are just not there, so we have kind of slim pickings here, and we try to select the best ones available.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I have a few questions. Start on page 2.
Page 2.
Near the bottom, it talks about comp 4 being from a competing neighborhood 1.4 miles away. So then let's go to page 16, where comp 4 is. And there's no location adjustment.
Oh, hold on. Oh, the.
That was just a typo, because it means, it said though comp number 4, but it's referencing the one that's in Westlake. So it's just a typo that it should say though comp number 3 is from a competing neighborhood, 1.4 miles from the subject. It is similar in characteristics, but is
Okay,
located with,
so-
so it should say though comp number 4, comp number 3, not comp number 4.
Okay.
So that's just
now-
a typo on,
Okay, so let's go back to page 15, comp 3. That is from North Ranch, not just Westlake. You know, there's a difference between Westlake and North Ranch and Kevington?
Yeah, so there's definitely a significant difference. We tried to capture that in our location adjustment. The applicant also pointed out this comp. These are great criticisms. We share these criticisms. Like I mentioned, the reason it was used, if we look at our selection of comps, the reason it was used was because of that living area. It's very close. Without it, we don't have a comp available that comes close to our subject property.
if we look at, comp number 1 and 3, or even comp 3 and 4, they're about a month apart, but the sales price difference is about that 200,000. And that's where we felt that the 10%, if you look at, Reynolds sold for 1,900,000, even being a smaller property than the one on Fairmont, which is in the Westlake area, but the sales price was 350. So some of that is the size, but the location could account for the other difference. So we felt 10% of comp number 3's sales price was reflected in strictly the location being in Westlake, in their particular neighborhood. And that's where we looked at, these differences when we're looking at square footage and what they actually sold for in the Thousand Oaks side and what this home sold for in the Westlake side, and why we felt an adjustment for the location was relevant.
Okay. Now, down to the quality class, you have average on all 4 comparables. Well, the comp 4 says similar, not average. Do you think that a home built in North Ranch is going to be the same quality class as something built on Sapra?
Comp 3 is North Ranch.
So for quality, so there is a difference in our numbering system. The subject has 8, the comp has 9. So when we're looking at that, we looked at our listing photos and also our building record to see what is that difference in quality of construction. In our estimation, we felt that market participants, when we're looking over the data, wouldn't recognize a difference of that much. Then between the 9 and the 8, they're similar enough to where we didn't think a adjustment was warranted for that. Where we did think it was captured, I'm thinking of the other one, in effective year, sorry. Because this one had a similar, I was thinking of a different one, so.
Okay. Then Earlier, we spoke about comp one. We talked about how the $38,000 repair item was tacked on to the condition adjustment. And for comp one, it worked out at 5%. Can you take me through the math on comp two? That $188,000 subtracted the 38, how does that work out?
Thank you. Comp number 2, 2548 SAPRA was considered to be 7.5% superior. So it was more than just a, 1 degree or one adjustment. So it's 7.5, so that's 150,000. And then the 38, bringing it to a total of 188.
Okay, so you have some at 5% and some at 7.5%?
They're between 5 to 10% adjustment for condition.
Okay.
If you want to do a breakdown, so again, comp number 1 is 5% plus the 38. Comp number 2 is 7.5 plus the 38. Comp number 3 is 5% and the 38. And comp number 4, it's 5% plus the 38. So again, it's 5 to 7.5%,
Okay.
not 10. Thinking of 2022, I
I
guess.
think that's all the questions that I have. Anyone else on the board have any questions?
Yeah, just a clarification on the pool. You didn't add the pool. It's not a detriment to the value, it just needs to be repaired. Is that the?
Correct. So per the applicants, they basically stopped running the pool equipment in the beginning of 2024. So come to September of 2024 is where you see the greenness. We just gave them the benefit of the doubt because of the work or the repairs that it needs to, for the pool equipment. We'll just act as if the subject doesn't have a pool. It just needs the new equipment and some cleaner, and it should be fine.
Okay, anyone have any further questions? Okay, I believe it's time for the applicant to present their side.
If you'll go into the presentation, I'll start at page 4. It should be a lot briefer than the prior case. If we're there, as you know, the subject contained undisclosed damage related to plumbing, gas, and water leaks requiring extensive renovation to make the home in livable condition. The remaining cost to cure is approximately $103,000 after overhead and profit as of January 1st, 2023. If you look below, you'll see the repairs that were made. They've made a lot of progress. The sewer line and bath rebuild, the kitchen reconstruction, the floor replacement due to that trenching throughout, the repaint. 25% of the roof leaks were repaired. What hasn't been repaired yet as of January 1st, 2023 was the rain drain system and the miscellaneous waterfall, AC, window skylights, and then the foundation cracks. Most of these are items that were already disclosed in the previous presentation. So if you look on the next page, we basically did a renewed cost to cure with the new cost to cure value. We took the replacement cost new plus land value, less $103,000 cost to cure, and arrived at $1,670,000 by the cost approach. You go to the next page, you'll see at the top, you'll see the map of the 3 sales utilized. 2 of those are on the same street as the subject, within 2 to 3 blocks. And then there's one in La Granada, which is approximately 5 blocks away. The first sale is at 2548 Sapper Street. It sold January 2023 for $2 million. It's 3,032 square feet, built in 1969, 3 bedrooms, 3 baths, has approximately 14,000 square feet usable, has a fire pit, spa, remodeled. It has a infinity pool built in 2021. It has an outdoor kitchen as well. Our next comparable is at 2443 Sapper Street. This sold November 2022 for $1,369,000. It's about 50% usable, a 2473 square foot lot built in 1969 with 4 bedrooms, 3 baths. Our third sale is at 1525 La Granada Drive. It's approximately 5 blocks from the subject. It sold November 22 for $1,350,000. It has about 18,000 square feet usable, has a pool, spa, waterfall, and 2,589 square feet, built in 1960 with 3 bedrooms and 4 baths. If we go to the next page, you'll see where we made our adjustments for bedrooms and baths. In this case, we made a negative adjustment of $10,000. The new infinity pool offset the cabana, and then them having an outdoor kitchen and a built-in fire pit, we made a negative $10,000 adjustment for that. We made a 10% adjustment negative for the remodel, age, and appeal. We also made a 10% adjustment for the view, which is far superior. This has sweeping panoramic views, not just rooftop, treetop, but you can actually see to the ocean. We made an upward usable lot size adjustment and an upward improvement size adjustment because this is smaller. Our adjusted value comes to $1,771,500. Comp 2 was adjusted for bedroom and bath, upwards for a cabana, upwards for its age and appeal. It was adjusted downward as it has a superior view. And it was adjusted upward for its usable lot size and upwards for its improvement size to a value of $1,754,350. Our third comp was adjusted upward for bedroom and bath, upward for cabana, upward for age and appeal, upward for view, downward for usable lot size, and upward for improvement size to $1,702,950. If you look, our adjusted sales range from $455 to $473 per square foot. We used $470 per square foot to arrive at a value of $1,760,000 before damage, less $103,000 cost to cure, comes to a market value, Prop 8 value of $1,657,000 as of lien date 2023. You look at the two reconciled values, $1,657,000 by the market, $1,670,000 by the cost, reconciled to $1,660,000, January 1st, 2023, Prop 8. If you'll scan down, you'll see our same cost approach, replacement cost estimate rather. Below that, you'll see also the same repair cost estimates signed off by the taxpayer. And then you'll see comp number 1, which is at 2548 Sapper Street. You can actually see how extensive the views are. They're unobstructed. And to enhance that, they have a no-edge infinity pool with glass fencing in the rear. They also have a custom pool deck surrounding that as well, as you can see on page 14. And if you go to 15, you'll see these amazing flooring for the interior, which was upgraded for this comparable as well. You'll see the built-in fire pit on page 16. Page 17, you'll see the outdoor kitchen with barbecue, cooktop, oven, fridge, sink, and bar. And that is overlooking a sweeping view as well, which is a nice element. Then you'll see the wood plank flooring and more views from inside to outside. You'll see the master bath, and then you'll see the kitchen with granite countertops. You'll see the ceiling height fireplace in the background. And then you'll see the views looking from the house toward the pool and the panoramic views. On the next page, 23, you'll see support for the transaction. And then page 24, you'll see 2443 Sapler Street. This is on the opposite side of the street, but elevated at the end. Sapler Street's a cul-de-sac, and this is next to the next house at the end of the cul-de-sac. This has also amazing views, which are superior, 180-degree views. As you go up Sapler Street, the views improve because it's a very steep grade. On page 26, then you can see the views from the property. Has a pool. We continue down, you'll see more of the view quality. You can see views from inside as well. You see the granite kitchen on 27. At 28, you can see that from the bedrooms, there's views as well. On 28. 29, then you see one of the bathroom shots as well. As we continue on down, then you'll see a deed from the sale. Then you'll see comparable 3 on La Granada. You'll see interior shot. In this particular house, we believe that this was slightly inferior, so we did upgrade based on condition. You go to the backyard, there is a pool, spa as well. And then you'll see the living room. And then you'll see transfer sale support, which verifies that as an arm's length transaction. These are all MLS sales. As you continue through the packet there, you'll see various photos of the subject. The first one being a roofing, a more recent roofing estimate. That estimate, which was done in 2024, estimates, I believe, approximately $75,000 to $77,000 actually to replace the entire roof. Obviously, that's not going to be done because they can't afford to do it. That's why they got the roof patched. But unfortunately, even as we speak, they have basins in the attic catching rainwater. And the skylights leak, but they don't leak directly down, so they run down the paint, and the paint interior is bubbling from the moisture that's seeping inside the house. The next are the group of site visit photos, and you'll see the fascia of the home suffers from dry rot. And so I believe that's why the roof replacement is so expensive, because they would have to repair and replace the roof fascias around the entire house. On the next shot, you'll see one of the skylights that is leaking, and then you can see, if you look carefully on the shading, you can see where the patching of the roof was done. But that structure on the top with all the little portals on it, every time it rains, water comes running down inside the house. On the next shot, you'll see that's part of the damaged pool equipment. That's part of the waterfall from the top. On the next shot, you'll see part of the cracked foundation. There's a gap there that needs remediation. Don't know really to what extent. The taxpayer does have an estimate that's included in the numbers that are presented here today. This is one shot following that of one of the skylights, and you can see where the paint is bubbling, and you can see where the moisture stains are from the inside of the skylight. The next shot is a current shot from the dining room area, dining room, family room area. This is as it exists now. The next shot is the dining room area. And the next shot is the remodeled kitchen. Keep in mind, imitation stone countertops and laminated flooring. That's the extent of these upgrades. Of course, there's new appliances that were replaced. If you look in the pocket, if you've gone through all those are more shots of the fascia that the taxpayer took up close. I just had the one main one, but there's more shots in the pocket, in the rear pocket of the presentation that shows more specific shots of the roof fascia and the damage that surrounds the entire house. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Does the assessor's office have any questions of the applicant's presentation?
Yes, just some quick ones. Turning to page 4, we don't want to belabor this too much here, but item number 6 on your page 4, that wasn't supplied to the assessor prior to this, correct?
And that's what you said before? Is that what it was?
Yeah, that was
Because I
for
heard
20
that before, but I wasn't.
Yeah, 2022, we pointed this out
Okay.
as well.
Once again, that was supplied, at least in photos. I don't know if there was an estimate, but,
Yeah, I'm talking about the amount and
oh, the
document.
amount, okay. Well, the information was supplied. I don't know if the amount was. I don't know if the taxpayer had an amount at that point. But the pictures and the statements of what it was were provided to the assessor at least a year ago.
Okay, that's, I believe we already made our point on that in 2022, but moving on. So it's not labeled, but following page 36, so the implied page 37, it's titled Reliable Roofing and Retrofit. It looks like this is a roofing estimate for replacing the roof, as you mentioned. This document, was this supplied to the assessor prior to today?
No, I believe this was just recently procured from the assessor. We did provide other roofing estimates prior, or at least estimate amounts, but I just received this within the last 48 hours myself. The assessor, the taxpayer was able to get or procure an estimate, which you guys were requesting, got it to me, and this just happened. So yes, I understand you didn't receive it because we just received it from the taxpayer.
Okay.
So is this where you're getting the 25% of the cost estimates for the roof repairs, or?
No, it was this was from the pre-existing, which was from even the prior case. The numbers were the same. If we used those numbers, they'd be much higher. We didn't, by the way, although you do have those estimates, we haven't modified.
The assessor's going to go on record that we do not have any roof estimates. We have, where you're stating,
You have
is a cost?
You have a sworn statement as to the roof, correct, as to the roof cost. Because remember, the taxpayer did it and acted as his own general contractor. You can even see in the pictures in the prior presentation, you can see the roof tear off. So the roofing was being done, and that was presented as evidence today. So that's not in question if there were roof repairs in progress as they're patching and trying to get the roof in suitable condition. Unfortunately, the roof is only 25% complete.
Is it 25% of the whole roof, as if it was 100% roof replacement, or 25% of where the roof has leaks have been fixed? Could you clarify that? Because that wasn't clear.
I used 25%, because the taxpayer said, hey, at the point that this case was prepared, there was no new estimate for the roof. So the only estimates we had were based on that 29.6. I believe that's more reflective of his cost and him working as his own general contractor, not a contractor's estimate like that actually is that we've subsequently obtained. Difference being, we have not included that because we already attested to a number. So we're not changing the number, even though the actual cost that's potentially incurred is going to be much higher. The number that we're saying here is 25%, is we're saying 25% of that 29.6 estimate has been completed. 75% of that number would be remaining. Obviously, the taxpayer is going to be on the short end of the stick of that if it's closer to 70,000 in reality. But once again, he was giving his best estimate based on all information he had at the time, and I relied on that to put that together, so we're going to stand by that, even though you can see that the estimates are considerably higher. I forgot to mention, the rest of the pictures, there was another group, I guess the third grouping is of the outdoor drain system. So in case you didn't know what those were, and I didn't mention it, that's what those were, the repairs that were needed there. Those repairs were needed as of January 1st, 2023, but they've subsequently been completed during the course of the year. So as of now, that drainage is fine for 2024, but in 2023, lien date, those repairs were not completed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think we figured it out. No other questions from the assessor.
Okay, does the board have any questions of the applicant's presentation?
Yeah, just a clarification based on the pages rather than just an overview. I think what you're saying, if we go to page 28, and part of the problem is it's very hard to read. When you presented your case, forget the roofing proposal for just a second. You were assuming that it was going to cost 24, and maybe the actual cost was 24,000, and they decided to repair it rather than replace it. And then in the back there on the roofing proposal, they have since got a proposal to, well, if we don't repair this, the actual cost to replace it is around 77,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you have any idea how old this roof is? And I mean, you're usually, when you do repairs versus a replacement, you're usually taking a little chance and you base it upon
It appears
what the
to-
life is.
Yeah, you can see I took one of the pictures, it's elevated. It appears to be an original comp shingle, except for where they patched it. I don't think it shows up so good in the pictures, but you can see the mineral layer is gone, and you can see that they're gonna have issues, and they are having issues with the roof the rest of it needing to be done.
So when they're having issues with there's still leaks here. Is that after that $24,000 was spent or before the 24,000 or 20, whatever that 20,000 was?
Before and after.
Before and
I believe
after.
the difference is the leaks probably aren't as many. What is it, less leaks? Can you speak to that?
So the roof leaking is from the beginning. We purchased this property.
Right.
Yeah, because we are not the budget to change the entire of roof, but actually the entire of roof totally gone. And we on 2023, we just fix my two daughter living conditions because they are so much of dropped for the learning. But inside of roof, there are lots of areas still leaking, but we just put a bigger basin inside of it. Inside of roof is totally needed to be the changes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's
Any
it.
other questions?
I have two quick questions. Did you get a termite inspection done on your property when you purchased it?
We have the termite inspection, but they are not, they are just say, because every old house, they have termite. Yeah, they are give us reported. But eventually, we just recognize some of the corner, they are hidden on the painting. We cannot be see anything. After later, we fix the inside of the house, we removed the painting corner. We eventually find it totally gone. The inside totally the closing.
Well, typically when a termite inspection's done, they have this little stick thing and they poke all the corners and everything. And if there's dry rot, it goes through and they can pretty much kind of tell. They don't know if it's from rain or from bugs or whatever, but they do know there's dry rot.
This is a composition with the termite or the composition with the entire of the pollutant of the water. The most of this is the roof is the lifetime is expanded. Is not just the termite issues. Most of they are internal of the pollutant the water being.
And was that written up in the termite report?
We get the termite report. They are just point some of the points, but not just say the entire of roof. But right now we realize entire of roof totally the lifetime is totally gone.
And also, when you had your home inspection done, did they say anything about the roof then?
They are give to me after because at that time we finish for the inspection. The gentleman talked to me. Your roof is perfect, and then so he said, why is it perfect? They say we not find anything, but on the first day is raining. The roof is dropping the water. I immediately call my agent, and the agent talk to the roof inspection. You say the roof is perfect. Why you say this is the first raining is dropped so much of water, and then this gave me the compensation, half of the inspection fee to the returned to me. I have all of the record. So the text messages, they are giving me compensation because at that day I'm working. I'm not go inside to the working with the inspection of the roof because I'm not be licensed as the dangerous. And he promised me the roof is perfect. And then this is the reason. So if you want the evidence, I can show you. He gave me the bank transactions. They are giving me the 50% of the return to inspection fee.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? No. Okay, I believe now it's time for the applicant to make their closing statements.
Yes, thank you, board members, assessor. I think really the assessor's presentation on page 12, page 13, page 14, the assessor admits the home is in poor condition. The assessor admits that there's cracks in the foundation. The assessor admits that the fountains and the pool don't function as they visited and saw for themselves. The assessor admits that the home and the skylights have leaks. The assessor doesn't dispute that there's some damaged windows as well. The bottom line is, when you look at these pictures, you don't see a $1.9 million home built in the 60s. This home has not been extensively renovated. The kitchen has been remodeled in conjunction with the gas leak and the gas leak repair. But as you know, that was only recently redone, and it wasn't upgraded. No granite, no stone. There's imitation stone countertops and laminated flooring. I mean, no tile roof. It's composition single, leaking. This is not a luxury residence. Every one of these homes they've shown you have concrete tile roofs, Spanish tile roofs, granite kitchens, travertine floors, travertine. They're the pinnacle of beauty. Even though a lot of them are built in the same time period, they've been completely renovated. If you look, you can see that the subject is very dated. If you look at the master bath on page 12 with the broken fixtures there. Once again, this is an example of the condition and appeal of this property. A buyer is not going to look at this property and say this is a top dollar property. The property does have nice views, but they're nice treetop and housetop views. They're not the type of views that you get at the top of Sapper Street in the 2,500 blocks where you have these panorama views. The other thing is the taxpayer is stuck with an annual weed clearance bill that he didn't even know about. And that adds on to just insult and injury. The bottom line is the assessor, although they've shown they've made some adjustments, well, if you're going out to Westlake and like that and making adjustments, it doesn't really matter. It's not relevant because you're comparing apples and peanuts. The assessor admitted, oh yeah, this house has a higher quality class, but the buyers aren't going to recognize that. Oh, the buyers are going to recognize travertine and granite and tile roofs compared to comp shingle and laminate flooring. So we have to be real. Yes, the assessor did make some adjustments, but they're not substantial to recognize the condition of the subject property. The assessor, I can't determine if they received, I know they received photos of the drainage issue. They said they didn't get the numbers. That part I can't attest to. But once again, my client has sworn to those numbers as far as his cost, his expense, his research as a cost to cure. The assessor has accepted our other cost to cure numbers, so obviously they don't think that we're just making up numbers necessarily. So I think it's appropriate to look at the totality of those numbers based on tax law, based on Proposition 8, and not only that, but looking at what's appropriate. What does the tax law say? Well, Property Tax Rule 4 says, hey, you have to adjust these sales based on the comparables. I mean, that's not something that we can negotiate, but R&T Code Section 51 requires enrollment of the lesser of the base year value or January 1 market value, taking damage, destruction, removal, and obsolescence into account. And the way you do that is you have to deduct that from the comparables and then compare them to the subject property. Now, the assessor claims to have done that, but they've hidden it within their numbers. So it's really nebulous to kind of tell, like, well, what are you attributing what to, and this, that, and the other. You know, when they hide the year built, they continually hide the year built. You don't know if, you know, are we comparing a 1990 or 2000 built home to a 1969 home? The information just isn't clear. And so we don't know if those adjustments are sufficient because we don't know what they're adjusting. Are they adjusting a newer home? Are they adjusting an older home? Are they adjusting a home of the same age? They do not tell you in any of their cases. So without having the complete information, it's hard to know how accurate they are in their assumptions. So I think the evidence shows clearly that the taxpayer is entitled to a reduction under Proposition 8 and under the R&T Code, Section 51, which requires looking at the damage as of the lien date and adjusting the sales accordingly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Assessor's Office, it's time for your closing statements.
Thank you. We took a look at January 1st, 2023, to see if a reduction was warranted. We did an evaluation. We selected the best comps available at that time. There are issues with the comps. We tried to make adjustments for all of the various differences following Property Tax Rule 4. We do not believe any adjustments are missing. As the applicant has indicated, we feel our adjustments address every difference. And where we indicate similar, that's because it's our opinion they are similar and adjustments not warranted. Also, we're not trying to hide any information. We're simply trying to simplify it for the board so they know exactly what our opinion is on all of this. If there's information contained in here that the board wants or the applicant wants, we're happy to share it. Like we did with 2022, we went through every single effective year. We can do that for 2023. We are not hiding any information. Much of this information is public knowledge. It's on our website, so there's not any deceitfulness or hiding on our part. We just like to make it as simple as possible for the board to follow, and so that we're highlighting the main issues with the property and that sort of thing. So it's just for ease of visibility, and you can know our assumptions and all of that in our appraisal. So based on the available comps, these are the best four that we selected based on our site checks, based on the listing data, based on our building records. These were the ones that encompassed aspects of the subject property that we wanted to encompass, such as square footage and other aspects. We
visited the property, we're fully aware of the condition, and we've made proper adjustments for that. So with that, because the base year value falls towards the bottom of our range, we are unable to justify a reduction, and we ask the board to make a determination about that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. At this time, we will deliberate behind closed doors on both cases. We'll inform Brandon of our decision. He will inform you. It might take a little bit of time, hopefully later this week. I don't want to commit Brandon to anything. So on that note, I believe court is adjourned.
Real quick.
Yep, what else we
Not
have?
adjourned yet. Item 138, we trailed for execution of a stipulation that has been routed to your board. Since your board abated the penalties, the parties now agreed to a value. So recommended action is to approve the stipulation that's been routed to your board.
I so move.
38.
I second.
All right, motion by board
Approve.
member Sisk, second by board member Croft. All right, no objections to the motion. Now all business is taken care of if you'd like to adjourn to close session.
Excellent. All right, court is adjourned.